Chapter 504. Something's not right. This is Khanate pure Yang Qi. Qin Feng sensed that something was amiss. He realized that the scorching aura was actually a wisp of Khanate pure Yang Qi. Khanate pure Yang Qi was one of the Khanate essence Qi and was above all other essence Qi. Khanate essence Qi was extremely rare and could only be found in some primordial secret realms. Only when the secret realms first opened could one or two wisps of Khanate essence Qi be found. Could it be that this water moon mirror flower is brewed from innate vitality? Qin Feng is somewhat tongue-tied. If that was the case, then the Silver Moon clan was too extravagant. A wisp of Khanate pure Yang Qi entered his body and spread to his limbs and bones, passing through his major acupoints and meridians. In just a moment, his body turned into an extreme Yang body for a short period of time. The Yang Qi in his body was boiling, and his Qi and blood were as hot as the sun. At the same time, the Khanate pure Yang Qi in his soul true body was also changing. In the blink of an eye, the 9-inch soul true body seemed to have broken through a limit and turned from illusion to reality. With a thought, countless thunderbolts shot out. Qin Feng looked at the changes coldly and couldn't hide his joy. This was turning illusion into reality and condensing the true soul. After becoming a martial Dao overlord, a martial Dao expert would have to undergo the 9 chaos heavenly tribulations. After each tribulation, the soul would undergo a change. Before and after the tribulation, a martial Dao overlord would undergo 2 different changes. Before the tribulation, a martial Dao overlord would become a martial Dao overlord. There was a qualitative difference between the soul and the true soul. If the soul was weak, even if the soul true body was condensed, it could easily dissipate in the slightest breeze after leaving the body. However, after condensing the true soul, not only would it not be affected by wind, thunder, earth, or fire, but it could also temporarily leave the body. It could change in the wind, condense in the fire, and transform in the water. After condensing the true soul, one had completely stepped into the martial Dao overlord realm. The first tribulation, true soul. The second tribulation, true soul, condensed Yin and transformed into the Yin spirit. The 3 tribulations gave birth to pure Yang and refined the Yin spirit's Yin Qi. Pure Yang was vast and boundless. A wisp of Khanate pure Yang Qi. If a second tribulation mighty figure were to come here right now, there was a 70 to 80% chance that they could use the Khanate pure Yang Qi to refine the Yin spirit's Yin Qi and give birth to a pure Yang true soul. Qin Feng was overjoyed when he sensed that his soul true body had transformed into a longevity true soul. He thought to himself that the Silver Moon clan was truly generous. Actually, the yin-yang intoxication was a precious treasure, and it was a rare dual cultivation treasure from the primeval times. It contained a strand of innate pure yang energy and a strand of innate pure yin energy. When a man drank it, he would temporarily possess an extreme yang body, while a woman would possess a pure yin body. If both of them were to dual cultivate, then yin and yang would converge, and it would bring unimaginable benefits to one's cultivation. When the Flower Empress obtained this item, she only knew that it could cause yin and yang to become chaotic. However, he did not know its true effects. He used it to plot against Qin Feng. If he knew that the yin-yang intoxication contained a strand of innate pure yang qi and a strand of innate pure yin qi, he would probably vomit blood from anger. However, while the yin-yang intoxication could strengthen the soul, it also had serious side effects. This side effect was the effect that the Flower Queen valued the most in a short period of time. The attraction of yin and yang was strengthened to the maximum. The innate pure yang qi in his body formed a solid pure yang flame that penetrated deep into his blood. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels roasted his body like a volcano, and his lower abdomen tensed up instinctively. Even the deepest part of his soul felt an urgent heat that urgently needed to be relieved by cool air. Qin Feng opened his eyes, which were scarlet red. He could clearly feel that there was a huge ice spring source not far away. As long as he plunged into it, he would be able to completely solve this problem. Qin Feng frowned. With his strong willpower, he forcefully suppressed and subdued this instinct. He focused all his attention on refining the strand of innate pure yang qi. Try to digest this strand of innate pure yang qi as much as possible. As for the desire in his heart, he used the ancient demon heart scripture to refine it bit by bit, returning it to its origin and turning it into the purest soul energy to strengthen his newly born true soul. Qin Feng's willpower was strong enough to suppress it. However, the Silver Moon Queen could not bear it. A strand of innate pure yin qi spread to her limbs and bones, turning her into a pure yin body for a short period of time. Because of this, a desire for yang qi was born from the deepest part of her soul. From 100 steps away, her powerful spiritual sense had sensed an extremely powerful source of pure yang energy. Where did this innate pure yin qi come from? What is going on? She was still in shock. That desire in her body suddenly expanded rapidly following the birth of the pure yin body. In her shock, Queen Silver Moon found that her body was like an ordinary girl, slightly weak. There was a voice in her heart urging her to rush forward and completely merge with the pure yang origin. No, that's Qin Feng, Yu Ji's husband. While feeling ashamed and angry for having such a feeling, Queen Silver Moon found it even more inconceivable. How could she have such a terrifying thought? The Silver Moon Queen's martial will was very strong. Many techniques that could calm one's heart and mind appeared in her mind. Numerous divine abilities that could calm one's heart and mind appeared in her mind. But what shocked Queen Silver Moon was that this thought actually came from the depths of her soul. When she used the technique to calm her mind and strengthen her soul, that terrifying feeling instantly expanded to a level she couldn't control. She overreached herself. Her body actually didn't listen to her command and rushed toward the pure yang origin. At this moment, Queen Silver Moon's mind was very clear, but she couldn't control her body's instincts. Crack! Qin Feng, who was wholeheartedly refining that strand of innate pure yang qi, suddenly felt a heavy mountain pressing down on him. His waist was broken. He opened his eyes in anger, only to see a beautiful girl dressed in white who was panting as she pressed him down on top of her. Looking at this pretty face that was 90% similar to Yu Ji's with starry eyes, Qin Feng opened his mouth wide. "Your Majesty, what are you trying to do?" Qin Feng was shocked and struggled violently. But at the Sea Rebirth realm, even if he cultivated the 8 desolation indestructible body, how could he be a match for Queen Silver Moon, the second tribulation expert? Queen Silver Moon was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. She wanted to kill Qin Feng immediately, but although her mind was clear, she couldn't control her body. Hiss! The sound of clothes being torn rang out. Qin Feng's clothes were torn into pieces and fluttered in the wind. He was in a daze, and in the next moment, crack! Crack! The hall was accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, screams, and occasional groans. Outside, Princess Yuqian, Yin Yi, and Flower Empress were all surprised when they heard the commotion inside. Princess Yuqian was surprised, but there was a hint of joy in her eyes. Why is there the sound of bones breaking? Could it be that Qin Feng drank that yin-yang intoxication and was impolite to Queen Mother, and she broke all his bones? Hua Ho and Yin Yi looked at each other, and a trace of joy appeared in their eyes. If that was the case, it couldn't be better. Qin Feng was impolite to Queen Mother and was beaten to a pulp. Even if they went to Xingqian school, they wouldn't be able to judge him. There are 2 more updates. Chapter 505. The next day, early morning, the red sunlight shone into the great hall. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, staring at the sunlight with a bitter smile on his face. Everything that happened last night was like a dream. If it wasn't for the lingering fragrance in the air and the changes in his body, Qin Feng would have thought that it was just a dream. At this moment, Qin Feng's body was emitting the aura of a half-step martial Dao giant. After obtaining the primordial yin qi of the Queen of Silver Moon, his Xiantian yin and yang qi almost instantly broke through from the peak of the space realm to the peak of the heaven realm. If it wasn't for the fact that he only comprehended 5 types of void profound, He might have been able to use this opportunity to break through to the martial Dao giant realm. The primordial Yin of a martial Dao giant was too majestic. Even now, there were still traces of the Xiantian Yin Qi left in the depths of his soul. Thinking about last night, Qin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble. Only he had cultivated the 8 desolation indestructible body, and his body's recovery ability was abnormal. If it was another wheel realm cultivator, their body would have been torn apart by the Queen of Silver Moon. The Queen of Silver Moon left early. As he stood up, Qin Feng's eyes flashed, and a line of beautiful words appeared below him. Must participate in the trial. This was the Queen of Silver Moon's handwriting. This line of words was formed purely by true force. Qin Feng's eyebrows jumped, and he was puzzled. In the next moment, he understood that the Queen of Silver Moon didn't want anyone to know what happened last night. If Qin Feng didn't participate in the trial because of what happened last night, it would arouse suspicion. He sighed in his heart. Putting on a set of clothes, Qin Feng walked out of the Xie Palace. 2 hours later, Qin Feng left for the trial in the Cold Moon Valley, beside the Silver Moon Lake. Walking slowly, many people had already gathered by the lake. Qin Feng glanced around and saw that everyone from the Qin clan was present. On the other side, there were experts from the Silver Moon clan, led by the familiar yellow-clothed girl, Yinling. Not seeing the Queen of Silver Moon's figure, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Qin Feng appear by the lake, the yellow-clothed girl and the others walked over. "Young Master Qin, are you ready?" Qin Feng felt a little strange, but he still nodded. Yinling glanced at Qin Feng with her beautiful eyes. Then, she took out a map from her bosom and handed it to Qin Feng. "Young Master Qin, this is the map of the Moonless Forest. It will point you in the direction of the Cold Moon Valley. The trial will last for 7 days. If you can't bring back a white lunar lotus that is over 3,000 years old within 7 days, you will fail the trial." Qin Feng took the map and glanced at it silently. A smile appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. With his current strength, the Cold Moon Valley trial was no longer too difficult for him. Cultivating yin-yang dual cultivation with the Queen of Silver Moon was definitely not the only thing that increased his cultivation by a single realm. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd by the riverside, he leaped up, and a black silhouette shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow. After identifying the direction, he dashed toward the Cold Moon Valley like a beam of light. At the center of Silver Moon Lake, the Queen of Silver Moon looked at the figure with a complicated expression. She was holding 2 people in her hands, Princess Yuqian and Yinyi. Looking at the 2 women, the Queen of Silver Moon's eyes flashed coldly. A silver light flashed in her hand, and Yinyi turned into dust instantly. Seeing Yinyi die, fear flashed across Princess Yuqian's beautiful face, and she screamed in the next moment. "Mother Empress, spare me. Mother Empress, your daughter was also deceived by the flower race. That's why I made such a huge mistake." Looking at Princess Yuqian in her hands, the Queen of Silver Moon's full chest heaved. She said coldly, "Don't worry, you are my daughter. Even a vicious tiger will not hurt its own children. I will not kill you." As she said that, hatred flashed across her eyes. She had never thought that she would one day fall into the hands of her own daughter. Grabbing Princess Yuqian, the Queen of Silver Moon's figure flashed and disappeared silently. Above the sea of clouds, a figure was flying at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he was hundreds of feet away. The sound of the wind surged. While flying, Qin Feng took out the map in his hands and looked at it. Then, he increased his speed again. Screech. Just at this moment, there was a sharp screech that sounded like metal in the air. Whoosh whoosh. Qin Feng heard the sound of wings flapping. In the distant sky, a huge creature appeared on the horizon. This was a green sparrow. Its entire body was green, and when it spread its wings, it was dozens of feet long. Its eyes were ferocious as it stared at Qin Feng as though it was staring at its prey. With a flap of its wings, it was above Qin Feng's head in the blink of an eye. With a flap of its wings, green tornadoes rushed towards Qin Feng. This was a green sparrow. a type of level 2 beast king that was comparable to the Sea of Reincarnation realm. Without reducing his speed, Qin Feng's expression was cold as a monstrous sword qi exploded from his body. The black light streaked across the sky and tore apart the 4 tornadoes. Under the green sparrow's fearful eyes, the black light slashed the green sparrow's body like lightning. Crack! 2 parts of its body fell. In an instant, this terrifying beast that could suppress a level 1 Sea of Reincarnation realm martial artist was killed. Moonless Forest was known as the paradise of savage beasts. There were many tyrannical savage beasts. Qin Feng's undisguised flying had angered many flying savage beasts that had a strong sense of territory. Along the way, there were many tyrannical savage beasts that rushed into the sky and came to find trouble with Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't hesitate to kill these fellows that came to die. Along the way, there were more than a dozen Beast King level savage beasts that died in his hands. 10 hours later, Qin Feng appeared in the sky above a valley. This place was a unique mountain valley. Qin Feng's gaze swept over. The cold wind drifted about in the mountain valley, enveloping everything in silver. A gust of cold qi gushed forth from the mountain valley, causing the surrounding area to be like a snowy forest. This is the Cold Moon Valley. His figure landed and glanced around. After muttering to himself for a while, a black light flashed and tore apart the void like a black lightning bolt. Qin Feng's figure appeared in the valley. The temperature in the valley was exceptionally low. It was even colder than the glaciers in the snow region that Qin Feng went through. Qin Feng glanced around. The valley wasn't big. The cold air came from a big crack in the valley. Whoosh whoosh. The roaring power was like a natural disaster. It was extremely terrifying. This is indeed an ice elemental paradise. Feeling the active cold air in the air, Jiang muttered to himself. Qin Feng leaped and saw many lunar white lotuses on the surrounding mountain walls. White lotuses grew on the mountain walls. They were pure and flawless, as if they were formed by ice. They were crystal clear. However, most of them weren't old enough. The oldest one was only 1,000 years old. Roar! Just at this moment, Qin Feng heard a furious dragon roar resounding in the valley. This is the voice of a lunar ice dragon. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. This lunar ice dragon seemed to be extremely angry. Boom, boom, boom. In Qin Feng's mind, the 2 powers of ice and fire collided. The blazing power was like a red sun in his mind. After one blow, the cold power of the lunar ice dragon disappeared. The lunar ice dragon was dead. The lunar ice dragon was killed? Someone beat us to it. Who's so powerful to be able to kill the lunar ice dragon in just a few moves? Qin Feng's expression changed slightly as he dashed out. There's one more. Chapter 506. Qin Feng's silhouette seemed to have become one with the ice and snow. His eyes quietly peered out from a huge rock. What came into view was a huge monster. It had the majestic aura of the king of beasts, silver-white dragon scales, a ferocious dragon head, and 2 silver-white dragon horns. All of these showed how tyrannical this monster was when it was alive. The lunar ice dragon. Around the lunar ice dragon, a group of 7 or 8 people appeared in Qin Feng's field of vision. Qin Feng's pupils shrank as he glanced at them. The group of 7 or 8 people looked to be 15 or 16 years old. Each of them had a terrifying aura, and 2 of them had reached the level of martial arts overlord. From afar, a few voices pierced into his ears. Senior Brother Sima's 9 Dragons Imperial God Sutra is really tyrannical and terrifying. The lunar ice dragon was killed in just 3 moves. With such strength, I'm afraid even the experts on the martial arts prodigy list can't compare to him. Needless to say, Senior Brother Sima is the peerless genius of our 9 Emperors sect. 9 Emperors sect. Qin Feng thought in his heart. There are 72 orthodox sects and 800 unorthodox sections. The top 10 sects of the 72 sects are called the 10 Great Divine Sects, and the sects ranked 11th to 20th are called the 10 Great Upper Sects. The Nine Emperors sect is ranked 18th among the 72 Orthodox sects, and our Xingqian school is ranked 15th. Both of them are tyrannical sects among the 10 great upper sects. I heard that the core technique of the Nine Emperors sect is the doppelganger technique. Junior brothers, you flatter me. However, after obtaining the lunar dragon pearl from the lunar ice dragon's body and using the Nine Dragons Imperial God Sutra, he will definitely be able to cultivate a lunar doppelganger. It's something worth celebrating. That's right, our Nine Emperors sect is different from other sections. Every time we refine a clone, our strength will increase by a notch. The Nine Dragons Imperial Sutra that senior brother Sima cultivates is one of the top true inheritances of our Nine Emperors sect, the Nine Dragons Imperial Sutra. Each clone possesses the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, and each clone has 80% of the original strength. It can be said to be extremely tyrannical. If an ordinary martial overlord were to encounter senior brother Sima, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to withstand 3 moves. Right, I heard that the Azure Forest banquet held by the Sea Demon Queen, Cloud Lake, this time, many geniuses of the younger generation of the 72 sects have come. Senior brother Sima has also received an invitation. Can you bring us there to broaden our horizons? The Sea Demon Queen. The Sea Demons are all women. It is said that they're all extraordinarily beautiful and are rare beauties. The Sea Demon Queen, in particular, is a peerless beauty who is famous throughout the Spirit Sea continent. I've heard of it as well, but I heard that the Azure Forest banquet this time isn't simple. Queen of the Sirens. Qin Feng's ears perked up when he heard the name. His destination was the Cloud Lake City. The Cloud Lake City was right beside the Cloud Lake. Sooner or later, he would have to face the Siren Queen. Senior brother Sima's voice rang out. Yes, it is indeed so. The Azure Forest banquet this time has invited many famous geniuses of the younger generation. However, what you don't know is that the Azure Forest banquet has been held for several hundred years. Basically, it is held once every 200 years. Every time, the Azure Forest banquet invites famous young geniuses of the younger generation. The Azure Forest banquet has a huge influence. This is a good opportunity for us young experts to make a name for ourselves. Behind the giant rock, Qin Feng frowned when he heard this. He was about to take control of the Cloud Lake City. It was hard for him to be happy that the Sea Demon Queen was holding an Azure Forest banquet at this time. Once the Azure Forest banquet was held successfully, the difficulty of taking control of the Cloud Lake City would increase by at least 10 times or more. An hour later, the group of people from the Nine Emperors sect left. Qin Feng's figure appeared at the place where the group of people left. There was a cold pond that was like a water mirror. Most of it had been leveled. This was the cold pond where the lunar ice dragon resided. There were only a few traces of battle around the cold pond. It was obvious that the disciple of the Nine Emperors sect had killed the lunar ice dragon in a short time. Qin Feng glanced around and suddenly raised his head. His figure moved and appeared 100 feet away. In his eyes, a layer of lunar white lotuses that grew on the cliff appeared in front of him. A large patch of extremely precious lunar white lotuses. Qin Feng's eyes fell on the thick white lotus in the center. His eyes moved slightly, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. 2 days later, beside the Silver Moon Lake, Yinling looked at the group of people from the Qin clan who were carrying their luggage. The young girl smiled faintly and said, "Young Master Qin, have a safe journey. Have a safe journey." Qin Feng waved his hand, and a trace of a smile appeared in his eyes. He glanced at the Silver Moon clan members beside the Silver Moon Lake. Qin Feng did not see that figure. Yinling said with a trace of apology in her eyes, "Young Master Qin, the queen has been in seclusion for the past few days to cultivate a divine ability." Qin Feng nodded and waved his hand. He took a last look at the Silver Moon Lake. This time, he had gained a lot from the Silver Moon clan, especially the divine ability that he had obtained from the Silver Moon baptism. And that night, many young people from the Qin clan looked at Qin Feng with a trace of nostalgia in their eyes. Qin Feng swept a glance at everyone and took the lead to leave, walking towards the front. Half a month later, in front of the Death Mountain Range. After half a month, the group of people from the Qin clan finally walked out of the moonless forest. The Death Mountain Range was a special place. It was a shady mountain range that spanned thousands of miles and was filled with miasma. Anyone could tell that it was a place where poisonous creatures were everywhere. However, this place was forbidden to other martial artists. To Qin Feng, it was the best place to go. Wisps of ancient poisonous flames surrounded him, and he traveled day and night without any distinction. It only took 10 days for the Qin clan to pass through the broken Spirit Mountain Range without any mishap. After crossing the Death Mountain Range, the group of people from the Qin clan heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking about the poisonous insects and beasts in the Death Mountain Range, the group of people broke out in cold sweat. If it wasn't for Qin Feng, they wouldn't have been able to survive even if they had 100 lives. Looking at the antique, ancient monument in front of them, Gaojie Town, the group was overjoyed. We're finally reaching Cloud Lake City. Yes, according to the map, after passing through Gaojie Town, we'll arrive in 2 days. We're finally here. It's not easy. The group of people from the Qin clan was in high spirits. However, Qin Feng's face was gloomy. Ever since they walked out of the moonless forest, Qin Feng felt that there was a cold, murderous aura following him. If it wasn't for his soul-true body transforming into a true soul, Qin Feng might not have noticed it. Qin Feng had tried many times to lure the tail out, but the person behind him was extremely cautious. Obviously, the assassin was very smart. Qin Feng felt as if there was a dagger at his back. Although he felt uncomfortable in his heart, Qin Feng was very patient. In terms of killing people, he, the old ancestor of the Devil Path, was the ancestor of this path. Chapter 507. Gaojie Town, Fortune Inn. Gaojie Town was located at the foot of Breaking Spirit Mountain. It was an ancient town that was famous for producing herbs. There were so many antidotes and poison-making herbs that it was dazzling. Qin Feng naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. While the Qin clan was resting, he bought plenty of rare poisonous flowers and herbs to fill the Chaos Heaven's mystic realm. The longer a martial artist lived, the stronger they were because they had a huge foundation. A foundation was accumulated bit by bit. Qin Feng walked out of a place called Changlong Pharmacy. When he was passing through an alley, he was stopped by a group of more than 10 people. This group of people had an extraordinary aura. When they spoke, they would occasionally flash with killing intent. It was very shocking. Qin Feng took a glance at the 4 people in the lead. With just a glance, he squinted his eyes and was secretly alarmed. Sea of Reincarnation Realm Martial Artists. Who are these people? They are not here with good intentions. Qin Feng frowned and shouted. Who are you people? You don't need to know who we are. The leader was a martial artist wrapped in white cloth. He looked like a mummy as he raised his head. His eyes were flashing with killing intent. We are only here to give you a piece of advice, Qin Feng said. Advice? As the saying goes, honest advice is unpleasant to the ear. It must not be anything good. A killing intent surged over like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Qin Feng, we know that you are a student of Xingqian School and have defeated many Sea of Reincarnation Realm martial artists. However, we are different. We were born in a pile of corpses. We do not wish to be stained with the blood of Xingqian School's inner sect disciples. Therefore, Qin Feng laughed. So you are here to stop me from heading to Cloud Lake City. Are you from that faction in Cloud Lake City? Young Master Qin, the more one knows, the faster one dies. It's best that you don't know. A sinister voice was heard. A green-clothed man in Azura clothes was staring at Qin Feng with his long and narrow eyes that were like blades. Young Master Qin, it is important to know one's limits. Do you really think that you can control Cloud Lake City with your status? Qin Feng smiled faintly. You don't know whether I know my place or not, but I know whether you know your place or not. If you know what's good for you, then tell me who's behind this. Unfortunately, it looks like we have to make a move. The ferocious Shura youth sneered. That's not strange. These so-called geniuses are just wretches, and they have to be taught a lesson before they know the immensity of heaven and earth. In the eyes of the 7 years of Azura, Qin Feng was like a fat sheep. I'll do it. After all, He's an inner disciple of Xingqian school. He should have some benefits on him. His heart was burning with greed. His voice hadn't faded away when a shocking saber light broke through the air and chopped towards Qin Feng. The bitter and bone-piercing killing intent was rolling like rolling thunder. The blade light fell in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng sneered. Azura's saber intent. Is this the extent of your confidence? The second level of the sea of reincarnation, the space realm. A surge of true force rushed out of his body and formed a yin and yang diagram on the surface of his body. The diagram wrapped around the saber light, and the yin and yang qi twisted, and the saber light that was strong enough to split the void instantly turned into nothingness. The yin and yang qi rotated like a fish and instantly wrapped around the Shura youth who was still in shock. Yin and yang qi. No, this is the innate yin and yang qi. Feeling the innate yin and yang qi, the Shura youth's face turned pale. A trace of disbelief and fear flashed in his eyes. How can you have the innate yin and yang qi? This is impossible. Roaring in his heart, the Shura youth tried his best to control the saber light. Shwa shwa shwa. He continuously chopped out saber light after saber light. However, it was all in vain. Cultivating with the Silver Moon Queen and comprehending the innate yin and yang qi, the yin-yang diagram, was not something that could be compared to the yin-yang Tao of the black tortoise. Crack! The sound of iron being forcefully twisted and crushed could be heard. The Shura youth's body was crushed inch by the innate yin and yang qi, turning into blood mist that was melted by the yin and yang qi. After the yin-yang diagram killed the Shura youth, Qin Feng landed on the remaining people who were still in shock. The group of martial artists who were blocking the way was stunned. With just one move, Gao Zhengze, who was at the second level of the Sea of Reincarnation realm and was known as the Shura Butcher, was killed. This was simply too shocking. Numerous gazes landed on the black and white divine diagram revolving around Qin Feng's body. Waves of deep fear flowed out from them. More than that, there was greed. If they could kill this person and obtain this ability, innate yin and yang qi, you actually refined such a treasure. The martial artist who was wrapped up like a mummy sucked in a breath of cold air. He was very knowledgeable and recognized the origin of the black and white divine diagram. The innate yin and yang qi was ranked very high even among the innate essence qi. However, after sensing it carefully, his expression relaxed in the next moment. It is just a trace of the innate yin and yang qi. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. This guy who was wrapped up like a mummy was right. The innate yin and yang qi in the yin-yang intoxication had already been lost by more than half due to the person who drugged it. There was only a trace of the innate yin and yang qi left. It was not a complete innate yin and yang qi. Attack together and get rid of him. Accompanied by a gloomy and cold shout, streaks of cold light blasted towards Qin Feng like meteors. Among the dozen figures, the weakest one was at the fifth level of the Meridian's condensation realm. The bone-piercing killing intent formed an inescapable net-like battle formation, locking down the entire alley and trapping Qin Feng in the center. Dozens of cold qi appeared above his head like lightning. Qin Feng's eyes turned cold. Just as he was about to make a move, 3 huge space domains descended and trapped him, making him unable to move. Space domain. This was the power of the 3C of reincarnation realm martial artists. Get lost. He frowned and snorted. Without any sound, an invisible force spread out from Qin Feng's body. This was Qin Feng's space domain. Kacha. The extremely huge space domain was like a sharp blade that cut through the shackles on his body. This, with shocked eyes, the 3C of reincarnation realm martial artist spat out blood and retreated. How can a space domain be so strong? Xiao xiao. Right at this moment, dozens of shrill sounds of wind pierced through the air. A trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes as he glanced at the numerous martial artists that were charging towards him. The space domain exploded. Without any sound, The dozens of figures that were charging towards him froze in midair. Their eyes were filled with extreme fear. The dark north godly water sword appeared in his hand. With a wave of his arm, a rainbow-like sword light swept across the sky. Poochie, poochie. Dozens of bloody lights exploded. Crackle, crackle. Dozens of broken bodies fell from the sky. This sword had wiped out all life. The remaining 3C of reincarnation realm martial artists turned pale. Dozens of 5th level meridians condensation realm martial artists were killed by a single sword. Even chopping vegetables and carrots would not be this fast. Next, it's your turn. Qin Feng's huge spiritual force descended and locked the 3C of reincarnation realm martial artists in place. The 3C of reincarnation realm martial artists' faces changed. The space domain power that descended upon them was simply unimaginable. Even the space domain of a martial overlord was not as terrifying as this. The three of them tried their best to circulate their cultivation. However, the tip of the sword had already reached their heads. With a sweep of the sword light, 3-6 suns' heads with their eyes wide open soared into the sky amidst the bloody light. There are two more. Chapter 508. He bent his fingers and grabbed the 3 heads of the 6 suns like a claw. His galaxy-like true force turned into an icy true force and sealed their soul essences. Qin Feng's gaze landed on the group of people. He was about to plunder them. Just then, he felt a terrifying chill in his heart. Is there someone else in the dark? He used his spiritual force and stepped into the void without a sound. Void ultimacy, void travel. Boom! A pitch-black arrow streaked across the ground and crashed into the other side of the alley. The soul-destroying aura caused a frown to appear on Qin Feng's face, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. If he failed to evade this attack, even though he had condensed out a longevity true soul, he would still be seriously wounded. Even if it was an ordinary martial overlord, his soul would be destroyed and he would die. Qin Feng's silhouette flashed as he appeared in the air. His gaze was fixed on a space 100 steps away. Like a ripple of water, a gray streak of light shot out from the void toward where he was standing. Puff! A black crack appeared in the void, and a gray streak of light cut through it. Qin Feng felt a chill in his soul. This is soul ultimacy. Soul cut? I can't believe I met someone who is proficient in soul ultimacy. He seems to have a treasure that allows him to travel through the void. He sneered. His spiritual force surged like a tidal wave. Void ultimacy. Void stagnation, void rewind. Like a tidal wave, the void retreated and Yin Qi shuttled through the void. Yin Qi's expression changed. He punched the gray streak of light on his sword and easily broke through the void. He appeared on the wall that was dozens of feet away. Yin Qi's clothes fluttered in the air as he stared at Qin Feng. His eyes were filled with shock. You are a void controller? Who are you? Qin Feng sized up the assassin in front of him. He was dressed in gray and seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. He had an ordinary appearance, figure, clothes, and eyes. If one did not look carefully, they would have thought that he was an ordinary young man. This was a young man who would be easily forgotten with a single glance. However, such a young man was indeed a half-step martial arts overlord who had comprehended the origin of the soul. Soul origin. This was the most mysterious type of high-level origin. Qin Feng's eyes fell on the long sword in his opponent's hand. It was a long sword with wooden patterns, like a rusty iron sword. It looked like scrap metal. However, it was this sword that looked like a piece of scrap metal that easily cut through the void. The gray-clothed youth said, "My name is Yin Qi. Qin Feng, I've been observing you for a long time. Your strength is improving every moment, but you're destined to die in my hands." "That might not be the case," Qin Feng said. "Although you cultivate the rare Soul Upanishad, the Soul Upanishad is much weaker than the Void Upanishad." The corners of Yin Qi's eyes were indifferent. Qin Feng realized that from the beginning until the end, the young man did not seem to have any emotions at all. One could be unyielding if one has no desires. When a person's mind was distracted and focused on one thing, it was very scary. Time reigns supreme, and the void is king. Among the many systems, the void attribute is very strong, but my soul attribute is also one of the higher level sources. Moreover, in my opinion, the so-called attribute doesn't determine everything. The most wonderful aspect of martial arts lies in the endless possibilities of martial arts. A martial artist who has comprehended a low-level origin can kill a martial artist who has comprehended a high-level origin. A meridian's condensation realm martial artist can kill a sea of reincarnation realm martial artist, and a sea of reincarnation realm martial artist can kill a nirvana realm martial artist. The corners of his mouth curled up in a strange arc. Although the void system is very powerful, it's only powerful to the weak. To me, this is not a reason to let you live. If I want to kill you, I'll kill you no matter where you go. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely fast cold light shot out and enveloped Qin Feng. Yin Qi sneered. His long sword vibrated and several invisible waves merged to form a huge wheel. This sword contained more than 4 types of soul Upanishads. Soul/Upanishad, Soul Shock Upanishad, Soul Reincarnation Upanishad. 4 types of Soul Upanishad formed a sword and pierced forward. Qin Feng's soul was actually an illusion. His soul felt like it was falling endlessly and was attracted by a huge force that he could not resist. He could not break free. At the same time, a sword that was everywhere pierced towards him with an untraceable trajectory. What a powerful sword. It actually fused 4 types of Soul Upanishad with one sword. It's almost a brand new Soul Sword Tao Grand Theurgy. Qin Feng stabilized his longevity, true soul, and a layer of icy blue light radiated out from it. Soul Grand Theurgy, Great Yin Reincarnation Grand Theurgy. The soul true body was refined into a true soul. Qin Feng had unleashed the power of this soul grand theurgy to a terrifying extent. The icy blue light followed the continuous wave of soul Upanishad and rushed into the depths of another soul grand theurgy. Crack, crack. Yin Qi's soul strength was frozen inch by the icy reincarnation power. Finally, it reached the deepest part of his soul strength. A 5-inch tall soul figurine appeared before Qin Feng's Great Yin Reincarnation Grand Theurgy. It was Yin Qi's soul true body. Yin Qi had already condensed the soul true body that was unique to martial overlords. At that moment, Yin Qi's soul true body was filled with shock. It was as if he couldn't understand where the chill that reached the deepest part of his soul strength was coming from. In the next moment, his soul true body transformed into an ancient gray sword that was filled with a destructive aura. It slashed toward Qin Feng's soul strength viciously. A destructive aura attacked the Great Yin Reincarnation Grand Theurgy. Bam, bam, bam. Qin Feng felt a slight pain in the depths of his soul strength. It was as if his soul strength was about to be pierced by the sword. You can actually turn your soul strength into a sword. You're really powerful. Even an ordinary martial overlord wouldn't be able to block this sword. It's a pity that you've met me. This wasn't a voice. It was a thought. His true soul was fully activated, and the various Upanishads of the Great Yin Reincarnation Grand Theurgy were almost fully developed. Rumble. A huge, icy blue soul reincarnation millstone appeared in the depths of his soul strength. This was the soul reincarnation millstone formed by the Great Yin Reincarnation Grand Theurgy de Sheng. The huge reincarnation millstone exuded a gray glow. It had an ancient and desolate aura that could steal one's soul strength. Reincarnation millstone? Yin Qi's soul strength revealed emotions for the first time. There was a tinge of unwillingness and disbelief. The great reincarnation millstone was rumored to be a supreme divine object of the soul attribute. Since Qin Feng was able to create the projection of this divine object, didn't that mean that his attainments in the Tao of Soul were stronger than his? Yin Shi felt extremely indignant that he had been defeated in the area that he was most proud of. In the next moment, Yin Shi's soul sword slashed onto the reincarnation millstone and was silently devoured. Qin Feng opened his eyes. He glanced around, and his pupils constricted. A sharp sword was already between his eyebrows. The cold tip of the sword pierced through his eyebrows. If he had been a second slower, this sword would have pierced through his head. There's one more. Chapter 509. With a flash of sword radiance, a sixth son's head flew out. Poor Yin Shi, who was a king of assassins, had failed for the first time and died at the hands of Qin Feng. At the moment of Yin Shi's death, in the main hall of Xingqian School, a soul lamp dimmed and withered. In the main hall, the expressions of the elders changed slightly, and one of them cried out, "It's Yin Shi, that soul lamp of Yin Shi. Yin Shi has died." Jin Min's expression changed drastically. Didn't Yin Shi go after Qin Feng? How could he have died? An elder said bitterly, "I'm afraid he died at the hands of Qin Feng." Silence. The entire main hall suddenly fell silent. That was too unbelievable. Everyone present knew that Yin Shi had a proud record of assassinating a martial Dao powerhouse, but he had died at the hands of Qin Feng. Even the arrogant Ji Yao was speechless. In all fairness, even he had to be cautious when facing Yin Shi. Qin Feng could kill Yin Shi. Yilong was a little dazed. Qin Feng has grown so quickly. Yilong's expression was a little pale. One had to know that he had caused trouble for Qin Feng a while ago. Yilong was unwilling to accept it. Are we just going to let Qin Feng control Cloud Lake City? Opposite him, a handsome young man in blue robes raised the wine glass in his hand and sneered. Of course, it's not that simple. Have you all forgotten that the Azure Forest Banquet of the Sea Monster Clan is being held next month? Ji Yao's expression changed slightly. You want to use the Azure Forest Banquet to let those hotheads deal with Qin Feng. Yilong slammed the table and stood up. Great, this is a great plan. The Azure Forest Banquet has a huge influence. Every time the Azure Forest Banquet is held, heroes from all over the world will come. Using those hotheads to deal with Qin Feng is killing two birds with one stone. It is indeed a great plan. The eyes of the elders lit up. Ji Yao sat in the corner with a gloomy face, thinking to himself, "This person surnamed Dongfang is indeed treacherous. His plan is obviously to make enemies for Qin Feng. Every single person invited to the Azure Forest Banquet is a genius of the younger generation of the various sects, and it would be for the best if they kill Qin Feng. If Qin Feng kills them, then those sects would surely not let the matter go. No matter if it succeeds or not, it would surely be difficult for Qin Feng to get away with it. However, because of this, he only became more and more jealous. Although they were all under the same master, there was still competition in the hall. After killing Yin Shi and the others, Qin Feng took the opportunity to loot this group of people. Other than a few low-grade orbs of will, they also found a few secret manuals. One was a low-level true martial realm blade technique, Azura's Proud Moon Slash, and the other was a high-level spirit martial realm movement technique, Phaseless Roaming Dragon Steps. What remained were some low-level cultivation techniques. Qin Feng did not think highly of them before stuffing them into the Chaos Heaven's mystic realm. Other than that, there were also some low-level elixirs. These were mostly found on the bodies of the Meridian Condensation realm martial artists. The Sea of Reincarnation realm martial artists were undoubtedly empty. Qin Feng felt a little regretful. He had yet to fully comprehend the source of the void. Otherwise, he could have directly entered the personal space of these Sea of Reincarnation realm martial artists and snatched all their treasures from the void. He cleaned up the battlefield. The next day, Qin Feng headed towards Cloud Lake City. Cloud Lake City was situated by the bank of Cloud Lake. It was a majestic, giant city, like a colossal creature prostrating itself on the bank of the lake. The tall city walls exuded an ancient charm, like a lofty mountain range. This was a new giant city that was even larger and more tyrannical than Mountain River City. At the city gate, the members of the Qin clan were filled with excitement. Their faces were flushed red, and they could not contain their joy. Will this giant city belong to our Qin clan in the future? The three elders stood at the city gate, beaming with joy. To possess such a city, this is a 10,000-year foundation. The three elders of the Qin clan were trembling with excitement. If they could help Qin Feng establish a foundation here, they would become the first batch of elders of the Qin clan in Cloud Lake City. Looking at the excited members of the Qin clan, Qin Feng smiled faintly. It was not easy to become the first batch of elders of the Qin clan in Cloud Lake City. He did not know how many of them would be able to survive until the end. However, if this batch of people could survive, Qin Feng did not mind displaying his generosity. Being able to reach Cloud Lake City was just the beginning. After entering Cloud Lake City, Qin Feng did not immediately head to the city lord's residence to hand over the handover. Instead, he asked the members of the Qin clan to check out the powers around Cloud Lake City. After half a day, Qin Feng had a rough understanding of Cloud Lake City. Cloud Lake City was a new giant city. Including the Gaojia town, there were a total of over 10 strategic towns. There were many clans residing in Cloud Lake City, but only the Li clan and Qi clan in the east, the Lin clan, Wang clan, and Qi clan in the south could be considered as the overlords. Cloud Lake City was divided into the inner city and outer city. The inner city had the city lord's residence as the center. It was where the wealthy merchants resided. There were 4 districts in the outer city. The east and south districts were the wealthiest places in Cloud Lake City. The south district was known as the wealthy district. Wealthy merchants gathered there, and many clans were based there. The east district was where the streets and markets gathered. Compared to the east district, the west district was where the commoners lived. There was the famous Cloud Lake West district. It was a place where people from all walks of life gathered. Cloud Lake City was huge, and there were also disciples of Xingqian School stationed here. East, south, west, and north. The 4 districts had 4-star palaces. Before coming to Cloud Lake City, Qin Feng already knew that this place belonged to Mount Qingqing. Every year, the 4-star palaces would hand over a certain amount of orbs of will to the Mount Qingqing Mountain Lord. Of course, Cloud Lake City was not the only city under the Mount Qingqing Mountain Lord. There were also a few other cities. The Mount Qingqing Mountain Lord also belonged to the Cloud Realm residents. The crux of this was all in Qin Feng's mind. However, as the exclusive fief of a marquee genius, Cloud Lake City was considered to be outside of Mount Qingqiang of the Cloud Realm residents. As the city lord of Cloud Lake City, Qin Feng received half of the orbs of will from the 4-star palaces. He only needed to hand over half of the orbs of will to Mount Qingqing. This was a very exaggerated ratio. Generally speaking, as an ordinary city lord, a normal disciple of Xingqian School would only receive 1% of the orbs of will. Lord, almost all the power in Cloud Lake City is in the hands of the 5 great clans. These 5 great clans have been in Cloud Lake City for hundreds of years. Even our Mountain River City's Qin clan can't compare to them. In the end, Qin Xingyan lowered his head and smiled bitterly. There are also a few wealthy merchants that we need to pay special attention to. Their strength is not to be underestimated. There are also some small sections. There are some hidden dragons among them. In short, these sects, clans, and wealthy merchants are intertwined. They have turned the entire Cloud Lake City into a mess. It can be said that the people are living in poverty. What awaits us is 1,000 things to do. When the other 2 elders heard this, they frowned. Cloud Lake City was big, but the waters were too deep. The situation was even more complicated than Mountain River City. That's not all. The most worrying thing is that there are a few extremely powerful clans in the Cloud Lake City outside of Cloud Lake City. They're extremely powerful and would come to plunder from time to time. If it weren't for Xingqian School, Cloud Lake City would have been conquered long ago. So, Xingqian School is giving me a mess to clean up. Chapter 510. The next day, Qin Feng led the Qin clan members to the Castellan Manor. When they reached the entrance of Shi City, they were stopped by a group of people. Ding ding dang dang. Saber lights and sword shadows flashed before his eyes. accompanied by miserable cries. A large group of people armed with swords and sabers were fighting at the entrance of Shi City. Blood splattered on the originally crude and muddy road in Shi City. Dark red blood formed small puddles. Hundreds of people rushed from one side to the other. They rushed past the poor quality walls of the surrounding residents and rushed into the houses. From time to time, curses and bitter cold could be heard. It was as if two large gangs were engaging in illegal gang PK activities in Shi City. Seeing this scene, Qin Xingyun glanced at Qin Feng, who was frowning, and said in a low voice, "My lord, this is the mermaids from the Sickle Gang, one of the 3 gangs and 4 sects of the West City. The people from the Honghis sect are fighting. Those who are wearing red robes and carrying sickles are the disciples of the Sickle Gang. Those who are wearing gray robes and carrying long blades are from the Honghis sect. Cloud Lake City is filled with nobles from the east and lowly from the west. The gangs and sects that are entrenched in this West City are not doing well. The leader of the Sickle Gang and the leader of the Honghis sect are only martial artists in the first secret realm of the Meridian's condensation period. The people under them are all hooligans. Most of them have only practiced martial arts for a few days. There are very few Xiantian martial artists above the 7th heavenly layer." Qin Feng nodded and said, "Who's going to deal with these small fries?" 2 of the disciples of the Qin family flew out. These were 2 disciples at the 2nd stage of the pulse condensation period. Both of them were heroic and carried swords and sabers on their backs. "My great lord, Qin Nan, Qin Shuang wanted to share your burden." Qin Feng swept his gaze over them. These 2 were not considered outstanding among the remaining 11 young experts of the Qin clan. In 2 months, he had only advanced by 2 realms. However, Qin Feng could see that their foundations were very solid. They were at the 11th heavenly layer of the martial path. If they were in the past, they would be considered outstanding. However, among the 11 people, he could only be said to be ordinary. Qin Nan and Qin Shuang looked at Qin Feng eagerly. After being suppressed by their brothers for so long, the 2 of them couldn't wait to show off in front of their lord. The remaining 9 young men and women with weapons on their backs looked at each other and chuckled. Qin Nan and Qin Shuang are panicking, but it's not their fault, as they're the slowest among us. That's right. Although we've been through life and death situations in the past 2 months, and we've struggled on the brink of death every time, our strength has improved greatly. 2 months ago, only big sister Qin Yuanmei was among us. Yes, second brother Qin Tianhan is in the Meridian's condensation stage. But after 2 months, we will all use this opportunity to perfect our martial arts realms. Life and death are the best ways to hone one's martial Tao. Coupled with the endless supply of spirit pills provided by the High Lord, this journey has been a great opportunity for us to be reborn. Do you think those fellows from the Qin family in Shana City will be dumbfounded when they find out about our progress? In just the span of 200 breaths, a gust of wind landed on the ground. Qin Nan and Qin Shuang landed in front of Qin Feng with 4 people in their hands. Plop! 4 people appeared in front of Qin Feng in a sorry state. "Who are you? How dare you interfere with the matters between the Sickle Gang and the Honghis sect?" One of the cultivators clenched his teeth, his face fierce. "If you dare to break the rules, the 3 gangs and 4 factions will not let you go." Qin Feng glanced at the 4 cultivators. They were wearing luxurious clothes and had jade rings around their waists. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. Qin Feng glanced at them. 3 of them were in the 7th heavenly layer of the martial path, and the last one was in the 8th heavenly layer of the martial path. "High Lord, these 4 are the leaders of the Sickle Gang and the Honghis sect. Their statuses are quite high, and they should be the masterminds behind this fight." Qin Nan's eyes flickered. This disciple felt that these people should be of some use to the Great Lord. So I took the initiative to capture them all for the Great Lord to interrogate. Nodding his head, Qin Feng glanced at Qin Nan. Qin Nan had a medium build, and his appearance could only be considered delicate. However, his eyes were full of vigor, and he seemed to be very smart. After a slight hesitation, Qin Feng said, "Qin Nan, Let me ask you, if I let you take care of the West City, do you have the confidence to end the chaos in the West City and restore the people's lives? Hearing this, Qin Nan's eyes lit up. Did the High Lord mean to let him take care of the West City? Although the East City was expensive and the West City was cheap, the West City was much bigger and more complicated than the East City. If the West City could be managed well, there would be a lot of profits. The annual income would be comparable to a few of the important cities. The disciples of the Qin clan were well aware of this. Their breathing became heavy as they looked at Qin Nan with a hint of envy that could not be concealed. This guy's luck was too good. He was favored by the High Lord. Some of them were even regretting it. If they knew this would happen, they would have made the decision to step out. Perhaps the important task of taking care of the West City would fall on their heads. Don't worry, High Lord Qin. Qin Nan will not disappoint you. I will definitely end the chaos in the West City in a short period of time. I will help High Lord manage a prosperous city. Good, from now on, you will be in charge of the streets of the West City. Qin Shuang will stay behind to help you. After that, you can use the name of the City Lord Mansion to recruit a certain number of cultivators to maintain order and clear up the chaos in the 3 gangs and 4 societies. After saying this, Qin Feng glanced at the 4 cultivators who were stunned. As for the people behind the 3 gangs and 4 societies, leave it to me, Qin Xingyun said. High Lord, you have to be careful. The 3 gangs and 4 societies are backed by the 5 great clans. It is said that the patriarchs of the 5 great clans are all at the peak of the sea reincarnation realm. These 5 great clans have a long history. There are even some martial arts overlords in the 5 great clans. So what if they are martial arts overlords? Elder Qingyun, don't worry. I'm not afraid of any martial arts overlords. After all, this Cloud Lake City belongs to my Qin clan and not the 5 great clans. If they're willing to lower their heads, then so be it. My Qin clan can eat the meat, but others can eat the soup. If they're not tactful. Hee. With a cold smile, Qin Feng's eyes shone with a cold light. The Cloud Lake City was where he established the Qin clan. Anyone who dared to stop him would die. The Qin clan people were excited. This was the merit of helping the emperor. Qin Nan and Qin Shuang were examples. 2 hours later, in the City Lord Mansion. Junior brother Qin Feng, you are finally here. I can finally hand over the decree to the sect. A middle-aged man with a dignified expression looked at Qin Feng with a smile. Senior brother Liu is too polite. Qin Feng nodded. Looking at the black-clothed youth in front of him, Liu Hashan let out a sigh of relief. Since he became the city lord of the Cloud Lake City, he had been cautious and conscientious. However, the Cloud Lake City was located at the shore of the Cloud Lake City. There were the 5 great clans inside and the Cloud Lake City outside. It was really miserable, especially the Sea Demon clan. This clan was related to an existence, although that existence was at the front line of the fiendish demon battlefield. If it was not handled well, it might anger him. Coincidentally, he heard that a genius from a sect had chosen this place as his fief. He could use this opportunity to relieve himself of his heavy responsibility and return to the sect to cultivate. Liu Hashan left in a hurry. On the day of the handover, he left the Cloud Lake City with his trusted aides. Since then, Qin Feng had officially become the master of the Cloud Lake City on the surface, a lord of a region. At the same time, when Qin Feng entered the City Lord Mansion to hand over the handover, the leaders of the 5 great clans also received the news that Qin Feng had arrived in the Cloud Lake City. For a moment, undercurrents surged in the Cloud Lake City. No one in power was willing to have a retired emperor above them. There are 2 more updates. Chapter 511. In the majestic City Lord's Mansion, a black-clothed young man sat on the main seat with his eyes closed. Many tables were filled with half-spirit fruits and fine wine. However, the main hall was empty. There were no guests. Today was Qin Feng's first day in office. According to the rules, the City Lord's Mansion sent out invitations to the leaders of the major forces in the city. However, it was already close to noon, but it seemed like none of the leaders had arrived. At the door, Qin Xingyun, Qin Xinghong, and Qin Xingwei frowned and looked at the nearby sundial from time to time. Not a single person. At the door, Qin Xingyun's eyes flickered with a cold light. Looks like they're determined to go against the Lord. Outside the door, the other members of the Qin clan had ugly expressions. If the Lord was honored, the servants would be honored. If the Lord was humiliated, the servants would die. At the same time, the leaders of the Cloud Lake City's Qi clan, Li clan, Lin clan, Wang clan, and Gao clan were gathered together. At this moment, the Wang clan's patriarch, Wang Yan's hearty laughter, sounded from the main hall. What kind of expression do you think that kid has now? He must be furious when he saw that there were no guests at his conference. The Gao clan's patriarch, Gao Yanfeng, smiled coldly. Who does that kid think he is? Xingqian School's inner court disciples aren't very useful in our Cloud Lake City. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon can't suppress a snake in its own territory. As soon as he got on the stage, he made an example of the 3 gangs and 4 sects. You got the wrong idea. The backing behind the 3 gangs and 4 sects was none other than the Gao clan. The Lin clan's patriarch nodded. He's just a kid. So what if he's in the top 3 of the all-star martial competition? This isn't the all-stars college. The Qi clan's patriarch, Qi Kaishan, said indifferently. This kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Our 5 great clans have been in Cloud Lake City for hundreds of years. How can you shake us? Cloud Lake City is our 5 great clans' Cloud Lake City, not a kid like him. The Li clan's patriarch frowned. Everyone be prepared. Qin Feng is young and hot-blooded. I'm afraid he won't let this go. Bang! The Qi clan's patriarch slammed the table and stood up. He laughed coldly. We're not afraid that he won't come. Our Cloud Lake City isn't any other place, and it isn't a place where a mere sea rebirth realm martial artist can behave atrociously. It's fine if he doesn't come, but if he dares to come and act presumptuously, then we'll surely let him know the immensity of heaven and earth. If he doesn't know what's good for him, it's common for people to disappear from Cloud Lake City. Hearing this, the other patriarchs looked at each other and smiled darkly at the same time. Cloud Lake City was a piece of juicy meat, but it already had an owner. The 5 great clans were the masters of this land. In Cloud Lake City, only the 5 great clans were in charge. There was no need for a city lord. On the main seat, Qin Feng stood up, stepped down from the throne, and appeared at the door in a few steps. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. His face darkened. Qin Xingyun said, "My lord, what should we do now?" Qin Feng said indifferently, "Since they're not coming, of course we'll go find them. Take out the list, and we'll visit them one by one." When he said, "visit," Qin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile, and he deliberately emphasized his tone. Qin Xingyun understood. In addition, we'll also have to bring along the evidence that we've collected from the people about the 5 great clans harming Cloud Lake City and abusing the people. We can't tolerate these lawless and evil clans. Qin Xingyun and Qin Xinghong looked at each other, and a hint of understanding flashed in their eyes. It was obvious that the attitude of the 5 great clans had completely infuriated their lord. "My lord, where shall we go first?" "To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader." Although there are many forces in Cloud Lake City, with many small clans, chambers of commerce, wealthy clans, and gangs, there are only 5 clans, which are the 5 great clans. As the saying goes, kill the chicken to warn the monkey. The 3 gangs and 4 sects in Shi City are just clowns. They don't have enough power. This time, we'll go directly to the 5 great clans. An hour later, at the Wang family of the 5 great clans, carved railings and jade bricks were built, and the place was beautiful. The style of this place was like a noble's mansion. It's really grand. Qin Xingyun looked at the mansion in front of him in surprise. Yeah, who knows how much wealth they've plundered from the people. Qin Feng's eyes flickered as his gaze landed on the door. There was a rumbling sound. The door shattered. "Who is it? Are you tired of living? How dare you break the door of the Wang family?" A moment later, a wave of flustered and exasperated footsteps came from the Wang family's mansion. Following a few yells, several figures appeared outside the door. Seeing Qin Feng's figure, the leader of the group shouted, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Wong family's mansion? Quickly surrender. As he spoke, he pounced on Qin Feng, a bunch of small fries. Shaking his head, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and froze the few figures in the air, unable to move. His innate ocean control was activated. With a few clangs, the few figures turned into ice cubes and fell to the ground. Not good. Quickly inform the elders. The enemy is powerful. He's barged in. Kill this arrogant man. One of them was shocked. The famous Wong family of the Cloud Lake City had actually been invaded. More of them were furious and filled with killing intent. Qin Feng stepped into the Wong family's mansion and continued to activate his innate ocean control. Bang, bang, bang. The ferocious figures that rushed overturned into ice cubes and fell to the ground. At this moment, several figures rushed out from the dark. The violent wind eroded the air and whistled. These were Meridian's condensation realm experts. Coldness gathered in his eyes. Bang! A few voices turned into ice cubes and fell to the ground. Swoosh! 3 figures rushed out from the mansion. These were 3 middle-aged men. 3 waves of void energy rippled. These were 3C reincarnation realm experts. The 3 of them scanned the surroundings and instantly locked onto the black-clothed youth who stepped into the mansion. The leader, a middle-aged man in a green robe who looked like a scholar, shouted, "Who are you? Why did you trespass into the Wong family's mansion?" "I'm Qin Feng, the current city lord of the Cloud Lake City. I heard that the Wong family looked down on me, so I'm here to seek guidance." "City lord of the Cloud Lake City?" The 3 middle-aged men were shocked and took in a cold breath. Then, anger rose from the bottom of their hearts. Damn it, how dare this Qin Feng be so bold? Isn't he afraid that the Wong family's patriarch will come out and skin him alive? This little bastard is too bold. How dare he attack the Wong family? He must know how powerful the Wong family is. The grand elder of the Wong family, Wong Qinian, had an ugly expression. "City Lord, this is a rumor. Is it? Then why didn't you pay me a visit after receiving my invitation? Isn't it obvious that you look down on me and want to go against me?" Qin Feng's face was gloomy. He had condensed his true soul, and his aura was no weaker than some of the top martial Dao giants. The huge aura caused the sky above the Wong family to change color and thunder to rumble. Many disciples of the Wong family rushed out from all directions. When they saw this phenomenon, they felt a chill in their hearts. The 3 grand elders had gloomy expressions. Wang Qinyan's tone turned cold. "Qin Feng, are you really determined to go against the Wong family? You might be the city lord of the Cloud Lake City, but you are still an outsider." He sized up Qin Feng, and a cold smile flashed across his eyes. "A mere C reincarnation realm expert. You could be considered a big shot in other places, but you have to know that there is always someone better than you. If the 5 great families want to deal with a C reincarnation realm expert, it will be as easy as crushing an ant on the ground. There's one more." Chapter 512. Forget it. His tone carried a hint of threat. "Qin Feng, you have to be careful of losing everything. After all, a faction can be slowly built up. If you are gone, you won't be able to revive." Even at this moment, they still wanted to make things difficult for him. Did they really think that he, Qin Feng, was an ant that could be casually crushed? Sneering in his heart, a formless wave was emitted from his body. Profound of the void domain. The faces of the 3 changed as they sneered. "Just a mere void domain. We have it too." 3 formless domain powers surrounded the 3 of them, wanting to tear apart the void domain that was enveloping them. But in the next moment, their faces turned pale. "How is this possible? How can your void domain be so strong?" The 3 of them couldn't conceal the fear in their eyes. Qin Feng was far stronger and more terrifying than they had imagined. He was like an ant that couldn't even move a muscle. Even Sea of Reincarnation Realm experts have differences in strength. When breaking through to the Sea of Reincarnation Realm, the more void energy one condenses, the stronger the void domain. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. Not only did he exceed common sense to condense 99 strands of void energy, but he was also a void controller that specialized in the void. The strength of his void domain was far beyond sea of reincarnation realm experts. With the void domain suppressing everyone, Qin Feng's 5 fingers were like hooks as he made a grabbing motion. The faces of the 3C of reincarnation realm experts changed as their bodies were involuntarily lifted up by a formless hand. The remaining Wang family martial artists who were ready to make a move were stunned when they saw this scene. The 3C of reincarnation realm experts didn't even have the ability to resist before they were restrained. Qin Feng originally wanted to casually kill the 3C of reincarnation realm experts, but he changed his mind after thinking about it. With a thought, the primordial heart devil scripture was activated. Formless heart devils gushed out and entered the bodies of the Wang clan's 3C of reincarnation realm experts. They fused into the fluctuating minds of the 3C of reincarnation realm experts, absorbing all sorts of negative emotions from their minds. Very quickly, the hearts of the 3C of reincarnation realm experts fused together. What did you do to us? Qin Feng, if you dare to harm us, the ancestor will not let you off. The 3 of them could clearly feel the formless heavenly demon fusing into their minds. However, because of this, he was even more terrified. This unknown secret technique could actually affect one's mind and soul. So there's still an old ancestor. Qin Feng thought to himself, killing intent bursting out from his eyes. The heavenly demon grew very quickly. With Qin Feng personally catalyzing it, it turned from an invisible heavenly demon into a faceless heavenly demon in the blink of an eye. Relying on the support of his enormous true soul, if possible, Qin Feng could use his demonic arts to possess the 3 of them. The 3 elders of the Wang clan clearly noticed this. He looked at Qin Feng, and the fear in his eyes had materialized. He looked at Qin Feng pleadingly. After pondering for a while, Qin Feng removed the Star River True Force. The 3 of them fell to the ground, unable to make a sound for a long time. Where's the ancestor of the Wang family? Qin Feng's eyes were cold. Great Elder Wang Qinian became vigilant. What do you want to do? Qin Feng said matter-of-factly. Of course, I want to kill him. Qin Qingyun's face was numb. He had long been used to this lawless lord of the Wang clan. The 3 elders of the Wang clan opened their mouths wide. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. There was also a strange feeling. However, this person from the Wang clan said that he wanted to kill their ancestor. Without experiencing it, it was hard to understand this feeling. Instinctively, the 3 elders of the Wang clan felt that the black-clothed youth in front of them was courting death. However, the strength that he displayed made them worried. This time, the Wang clan might have really offended someone that they couldn't afford to offend. The 3 of them faintly felt a trace of regret. The 3 of them kept their mouths shut. Qin Feng's thoughts turned. Through the connection of the heart demon, he had already stolen the secret that he wanted from the thoughts of the 3 elders. So he is in seclusion to condense a secret realm. A new martial overlord? He muttered to himself. Qin Feng knew that after a sea reincarnation expert became a martial overlord, many of them would go into seclusion for a long period of time to maintain the new secret realm. Existences like that martial overlord from the heavenly lion race could only go out and wander around after the secret realm was stabilized. With a flash of his figure, Qin Feng appeared in a fake mountain. Behind the fake mountain was the place where the Wang clan patriarch went into seclusion. Who is it? This is the forbidden area of the Wang clan. You're not allowed to come close. Anyone who comes close will be killed without mercy. A sea reincarnation realm expert rushed out. His face was as red as a date, and his body emitted a layer of blazing aura. This was a sea reincarnation realm expert who had comprehended the fire attribute profound. Qin Feng could see that this was a sea reincarnation realm expert who was at the 3rd level of the sea reincarnation realm. This person's cultivation was even more terrifying than the 3 elders of the Wang clan. Around the fake mountain, the Wang clan elites with powerful auras appeared one after another. This sea reincarnation realm expert scanned the surroundings, and his gaze landed behind the three elders of the Wang clan who had just arrived. He instantly frowned and berated them. Wang Qinian, Wang Qifeng, Wang Qiling. What are the three of you doing? This is a restricted area of the Wang clan. You guys actually dared to bring people here. Could it be that you guys ate bear hearts and leopard guts? They didn't eat bear hearts and leopard guts. They are now my people and have nothing to do with your Wang clan. Qin Feng's spiritual will moved and sealed the space. The sea reincarnation realm expert who rushed out stiffened, following which a sword light flashed and the head flew out. Wang Qinian, Wang Qifeng, and Wang Qiling were shocked, following which a chill appeared in their hearts. This sea reincarnation realm expert who had just died wasn't simple. He was the youngest son of the Wang clan patriarch. There was also a lingering fear. If it wasn't for the fact that the new city lord had noticed some control methods, the three of them would have been the ones who would have died. Rumble. Huge rocks flew everywhere. Qin Feng's figure flashed and appeared in the secret room. His eyes turned, and an old man with hair and beard fluttering in the wind appeared in Qin Feng's vision. Rumble. The old man opened his eyes, and an earth-shattering aura appeared. Earth-type Martial Dao Overlord. Who are you? The Wang clan patriarch's face was gloomy. The person who will kill you. With a thought, a vast cold light exploded from Qin Feng's body. The great Yin reincarnation instantly enveloped the old man. After a while, Qin Feng opened his eyes. At the same time, Kacha, Kacha, layers and layers of formless ice grew on the old man's body. This was a suppression that came from the depths of his soul. The pitiful Wang clan patriarch was a martial Dao overlord. He had just advanced and was caught off guard by Qin Feng's sneak attack. His soul was completely destroyed by the great Yin reincarnation. In fact, if this martial Dao magnate was prepared, even if Qin Feng used the power of his true soul to cast the Tai Yin reincarnation grand divine art, it might not be effective against a martial Dao magnate. The Wang clan patriarch died unjustly. Not long after, the Wang clan patriarch, who was having a meeting in the Qi clan and discussing how to suppress the new city lord of Cloud Lake City, received a piece of bad news that almost made him faint on the spot. The Wang clan, one of the 5 major clans, was annihilated. The corpse of the Wang clan patriarch was now hanging on the city wall. Chapter 513. The Wang clan, one of the 5 major clans of the Cloud Lake City, was annihilated. The corpse of the Wang clan's ancestor was hung high on the city wall. The entire Cloud Lake City seemed to have experienced a magnitude 18 earthquake. The entire Cloud Lake City was in an uproar. What kind of clan was the Wang clan? They had existed since the establishment of the Cloud Lake City, one of the 5 major clans in the Cloud Lake City. This was an unprecedented event in the Cloud Lake City for hundreds of years. As the matter fermented, the truth hidden under the water was also dug out. The 5 major clans collectively ignored the city lord residents. The new city lord visited the Wang clan and was provoked by the Wang clan. The city lord Qin Feng used thunderous means to suppress, kill, and capture many reincarnation realm elders of the Wang clan. He even killed the Wang clan's ancestor who was in seclusion. One by one, matters surfaced. The heads of the various clans felt their scalps tingling. Anyone with a brain would know that the 5 major clans' laziness had angered the new city lord. The Cloud Lake City is going to change. The heads of the various clans had complicated expressions. However, everyone still controlled their temper and waited for the 5 major clans to express their stance. The Qi clan and the 4 major clans' heads had ugly expressions. It was as if their buttocks were on fire. They couldn't do anything, nor could they stand. He can actually kill a magnate realm ancestor? The faces of the 4 patriarchs were gloomy. Their hearts were palpitating, and there was also a sense of urgency. Today, Qin Feng was able to annihilate the Wang clan. Could he do the same to the other 4 major clans? The ancestors of the other 4 major clans were only martial Dao magnates. The 4 clan heads glanced at the pale Wang clan's head. Wang Yin, who was sitting silently on the chair. A trace of pity flashed across their eyes. After losing the Wang clan, Wang Yin was nothing now. What should we do now? Previously, we stopped the other clan's heads from paying respects to the city lord residents. This is already a huge blow to the new city lord's reputation. With the new city lord's ruthlessness and vengeance, I'm afraid he won't let us off easily. The Lin clan's head, Lin Qingyuan, frowned with a trace of regret in his eyes. This time, they had really tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Originally, the 5 great clans wanted to use this opportunity to intimidate Qinfeng and give this city lord a warning. Who would have thought that this city lord would be so powerful at such a young age? Furthermore, Duan Bao Lai did not follow the rules and would easily exterminate clans and confiscate their possessions. All the hustle and bustle of the world is for profit. Since City Lord Qinfeng wants to save face, we'll give him face. Go to the City Lord's mansion and tell the masterminds of all forces to pay a visit to the City Lord's mansion. Otherwise, they'll have to bear the consequences. The head of the Li family looked indifferent. From Qinfeng's way of doing things, he could tell that Qinfeng just wanted to make a show of strength and make an example out of them. Without a doubt, the Wang family that jumped the most was that monkey. As the city lord, Qinfeng had the responsibility to ensure the prosperity of Cloud Lake City. The 5 great clans were deeply intertwined. If the 5 great clans were completely eradicated, Cloud Lake City would become a pool of stagnant water. To a certain extent, it was not in line with the interests of the city lord's mansion. However, this time, the 5 great clans were clearly competing with the city lord's mansion. It was likely that the new city lord would not let things go so easily. The remaining 4 great clans would have to cut their flesh. Damn it, if it weren't for the Wang family, the Qi family would have clung onto the thigh of that true disciple from Xingqian school and dragged the 5 great clans down with them. How could this situation have happened? The head of the Li family was secretly dissatisfied. They didn't even think about it. How could ants catch the eye of a fierce tiger? That person wouldn't even care about them. However, this new city lord is a good backer. According to the information I received from All Stars College, this new city lord is already a level 4 alchemist before the age of 15. Moreover, with the cultivation talent he has shown, his achievements will definitely not be lower than those on the martial arts prodigy list. The only worry is that he has offended the true disciple from Xingqian school. The head of the Li family's eyes flickered as he thought about it. On the other side, the head of the Gao family, Gao Yanfang, had an ugly expression. But if this is the case, where will the 5 great clans put their faces? Doesn't this mean that the 5 great clans are afraid of a mere child like him? The Gao family was previously the most radical faction. They had previously advocated for completely overthrowing the city lord's mansion and even went so far as to suppress Qinfeng. The head of the Li family calmly raised his wine cup and moistened his throat. Brother Gao, which do you think is more important? Family interests or face? I know, you want us to use that trump card together. If we use that trump card, we are confident that we can kill Qinfeng. But if this is the case, not to mention how many losses the 5 great clans, no, the 4 great clans will suffer. Just the crime of killing an inner disciple from Xingqian school is something that the 4 great clans can't afford to bear. Gao Yanfang's face twitched violently when she heard this. The head of the Li family was right. Qinfeng wasn't just a young martial arts genius. Behind him stood the colossus of Xingqian school. Even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to kill an inner disciple from Xingqian school in public. It was obvious that they would be attacked by Xingqian school. In less than half a day, the Heaven's Punishment Hall disciples from Xingqian school would come knocking on their door. But are we just going to let that brat Qinfeng do whatever he wants to us? Gao Yanfang was still unwilling to give up. The head of the Qi family, Qi Kaishan, smiled coldly. That might not be the case. Qi Kaishan had been silent all this time. At this moment, he raised his head and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. This brat Qinfeng is vicious and tyrannical. If we let him control Cloud Lake City, the 5 great clans won't be able to survive. We can't tolerate this. Currently, the 5 great clans can't touch him, but that doesn't mean that others can't. Everyone, don't forget about our neighbors. The head of the Gao family's eyes flickered. Neighbors? You mean the three great clans in Cloud Lake? Don't tell me you wanna. Before he could finish his sentence, the remaining heads of the clans gasped. The Cloud Lake City was a huge lake with a vast water system that was connected to many rivers. There were hundreds of water-type foreign clans living in it. Among them, the three great clans were the strongest. The strongest was naturally the Siren clan of the Siren Queen. Behind them was the Tidal Shark Whale clan. This clan was extremely strong and could control the power of the tides. They were savage by nature and loved to eat blood. Every time they came ashore, they would plunder the fishing villages of Cloud Lake City, causing many casualties. There was also the Rotary Turtle clan. It was rumored that the Rotary Turtle clan was the descendant of the myriad sea black turtle, the overlord of the water. They were born with the power to suppress the tides. The Rotary Turtles were different from the other spirit turtle clans. They were ferocious and loved to devour all kinds of sea beasts. The best was the flesh of martial artists. Every time a tidal wave came out, they would rush to the shore and devour everything. In the past, these clans were blocked by the tall walls of Cloud Lake City. It seemed that Chi Kaishan wanted to lure these foreign clans into the city. The head of the Li family stood up and shouted with a gloomy face. Chi Kaishan, you're crazy. You're inviting a wolf into the house. If we do that, the entire Cloud Lake City will be destroyed. Chi Kaishan looked indifferent. They're just some insignificant ants. For the prosperity of the 5 great clans, sacrificing them is worth it. There are 2 more updates. Chapter 514. After killing the Wang clan Patriarch, Qin Feng not only looted the Wang clan's treasures, but also returned the rest of the Wang clan members who had been infused with Heart Demon Qi to the Wang clan Patriarch. Rather than calling the ancient Demon Heart Sutra a Devil Tao chapter for refining all kinds of demons, it was more of a secret manual on how to condense one's soul and true soul. Refining all kinds of demons was just a method. Its foundation was to refine the impurities in the depths of one's soul and transform them into pure soul and true soul power. Purify the soul and true soul. Through the ancient Demon Heart Sutra, one could refine all the distracting thoughts into demons, ensuring the purity of one's soul and also strengthening it to the greatest extent. Many of the secret techniques for refining sky demons, heart demons, moon demons, yin demons, and other demons were the highest achievements of the extreme devil Dao's de Shang in Qin Feng's previous life. With so many spies by the Wang clan Patriarch side, Qin Feng believed that he would have other gains. Other than an unimaginable amount of gold, the Wang clan's treasures over hundreds of years actually had more than 300 mid-grade orbs of will. There were also some spirit herbs, pills, and armors. Qin Feng didn't care about the pills, armors, and gold, so he handed them over to Qin Qingwei, the elder in charge of the clan's finances. As for the spirit herbs, Qin Feng glanced at them. There wasn't anything good in the Wang clan's treasury, and the precious ones were probably in the Wang clan Patriarch's secret realm. As for the orbs of will, Qin Feng kept 2/3 of them and gave the remaining 1/3 to the 3 elders. The Qin clan was just established, so they also needed to manage their own clan's assets. Qin Feng wasn't willing to do these trivial matters himself, so he could only rely on the 3 elders. In short, without the Wang clan this time, Qin Feng's newly established clan truly had capital. Ever since the Wang clan was destroyed, various powers in Cloud Lake City came to visit. Apart from the Wang clans, 4 major clans. The 12 noble clans, the 3 major merchant guilds, the rulers of the dozen or so towns around Cloud Lake City, and various powers. The City Lord's manor was as busy as a marketplace. This monkey from the Wang clan was indeed powerful. Qin Feng stood on top of the tall city gate tower. Under the night sky, the City Lord's mansion was brightly lit, and there was an endless stream of carriages in front of the City Lord's mansion. Qin Feng looked down. The people coming and going were either rich or respectable. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. At this point, the Qin family had finally gained a firm foothold in Cloud Lake City. City Lord, the people from Ma clan, one of the 12 noble clans, just left. Qin Yuanmei stood by his side, her black hair fluttering in the night breeze. Her tall and slender figure was brimming with youth. The Jin family and Sakjia were two of the 12 wealthy families in Cloud Lake City. The Jin family controlled almost 3/5 of the docks in Cloud Lake City. Their businesses spread across several cities, and their influence was very strong. The Ma family was also a wealthy family, and their restaurant business spread all over the place. The two families were not ordinary wealthy families. After 200 to 300 years of operation, they already had the embryonic form of a 1,000-year-old family. They also agreed to our request to submit to the City Lord Mansion and become a subordinate family of the Qin clan. However, we are not allowed to interfere with their family's internal affairs. They are required to pay tribute to the Qin clan every year. Qin Yuanmei paused for a moment before continuing. However, the Jin family and Ma family wish to form a marriage alliance with us. At this point, Qin Yuanmei snorted. Qin Feng frowned. Among the 15 members of the Qin clan, there were 3 other sisters besides Qin Qinwei and Qin Yuanmei. Every single one of these girls was beautiful and had outstanding talent. No wonder people were envious. Tell them that they can marry their daughters to the men of the Qin clan. However, if they want to marry a woman of the Qin clan, the woman must be willing. Otherwise, don't mention it. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. The development of a large family naturally required marriage alliances. Marriage alliances were an important way to stabilize the relationship, appease the subordinates, and increase the cohesion of the family. Qin Yuanmei's face revealed a trace of joy. Actually, before the 4 of them left, they had received an order from their family. If necessary, they had to make a certain sacrifice for the Qin clan. One of the sacrifices was a marriage alliance. This was the mission of the 4 girls. Of course, it would be best if they could avoid this. Qin Yuanmei heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Yuanmei's eyes revealed a trace of gratitude as she bowed slightly. Thank you, Honorable Lord. No need to thank me. This is the power that you have earned through your own efforts. Qin Feng looked at the Cloud Lake City under the night sky. If all of you are just beautiful vases raised by the family, then I can only sacrifice you. Qin Feng's words carried a trace of coldness. Qin Yuanmei felt a trace of joy from the bottom of her heart. In her opinion, it was natural for the strong to obtain power and the weak to be eliminated. The family did not raise useless people. This was the way for a family to prosper. Honorable Lord, a few elders of the Wang clan came just now. They provided an important piece of information. What information? Qin Feng's eyes flickered. Qin Yuanmei smiled. The head of the Wang clan, Wang Yin, appeared. They asked if we should capture this person. Qin Yuanmei's beautiful eyes looked at the black-clothed youth in front of her, a trace of confusion in them. Only those who truly understood this man would know how powerful he was. He could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. Even a few die-hard members of the Wang clan had been completely subdued. It was hard to imagine those unyielding elders of the Wang clan bowing to him. He appeared? It doesn't matter. Now, other than the head of the Wang clan, everyone else is my man. Wang Yin can be killed at any time. However, if I keep him alive, there might be other surprises. Qin Feng sneered. A mere sea of reincarnation, realm martial artist was no longer in his eyes. To Qin Feng, the most important thing was to comprehend more than 6 types of void profound meanings. His cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the sea of reincarnation realm. The next step was to comprehend a type of origin. Comprehending the Tao, fusing the Tao, merging the Tao, and even comprehending the most suitable art of creation to condense a natal secret realm of heaven and earth. With the help of the heaven and earth's ultimate profound meaning, he would complete the last step of transcending mortality. With this step, the lifespan of an ordinary martial artist would exceed the limit of 200 years and reach 500 years. A martial artist would have a lifespan of 500 years. He was almost like a living ancestor. At this step, it was not difficult to become an ancestor. Next was the tribulation. The natal secret realm of heaven and earth was born in the endless void and would naturally receive a backlash from the endless void. The 9 chaos tribulations were also known as the 9 void tribulations. Every time they survived a calamity, the lifespan of a martial arts expert would undergo an earth-shaking change. After the first tribulation, one would be called a martial artist. A martial artist would have a lifespan of 1,000 years. In short, to Qin Feng, the most important thing now was to comprehend the void profound meaning to perfection and comprehend the void origin. Among the void profound meanings, Qin Feng had already comprehended 4 types of void profound meanings: void solidification, void stagnation, void regress, and void shuttling. Next, he only needed to comprehend any 2 types of void profound meaning. Once all 6 types of void profound meaning had reached perfection, he could attempt to condense the void origin and break through to the martial artist realm. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to comprehend the remaining 2 types of void profound meaning, the lake of Cloud Lake was bustling with activity. The Cloud Lake at the edge of Cloud Lake City was in an uproar. The Azure Forest banquet was being held by the Siren Queen, and groups of geniuses of the younger generation were rushing towards the Cloud Lake from all directions. One more. Chapter 5:15. It wasn't easy to comprehend the 5th and 6th profound meaning of the void. Even though he possessed a void elemental god-grade spiritual root, the sapling of the chaotic ancient tree's descendant was still progressing slowly. Qin Feng finally understood how difficult it was to comprehend the void. Even he, who was blessed by the heavens, had to cultivate slowly. It would be even more difficult for others. Qin Feng calmed down and tried to be patient. He tried to comprehend wisps of Power Upanishad to deepen his understanding of the 4 void Power Upanishads. The profound meaning of the void was broad and profound. The void contained everything and was the most majestic. However, in the past few days, Qin Feng had sensed a trace of the rhythm of the void shuttling profound. This was the 5th profound meaning of the void vibrations. The comprehension of profound meanings usually started with the profound meaning of the foundation. The symbol of reaching perfection in the profound meaning of the foundation was to condense one's origin. However, in order to reach perfection in the origin, one had to go up step by step, using the foundation of the profound meaning as the foundation to comprehend the 9 high-level profound meanings. The symbol of reaching perfection in the 9 profound meanings was to condense the eternal true soul. What was the eternal true soul? After condensing the eternal true soul, even if the physical body died, the true soul could be attached to the body of the pregnant woman, allowing the true soul to reincarnate and live another life. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, my lord, most of the leaders of the 12 noble families and the 3 big chambers of commerce have come. They are willing to give our Qin family the priority. A few other families have also sent people to contact us. However, there are some details that need to be discussed. The 4 great clans have also sent people over with gifts. These are the shops in the best areas of Cloud Lake City. There are grain shops, rice shops, a few inns, and restaurants. These are all good places to earn money. There are also a few big gangs, the Chow Gang. Qin Feng frowned as he listened to all these trivial matters. As the head of the Qin family, it was difficult for him to manage these things. However, as the head of the Qin family, he had to know these things. These things were of no use to Qin Feng. However, to the newly established Qin family, they were an indispensable source of wealth. In a big family, other than the head of the family, elders, and disciples, there were many low-level staff, such as the guards, gatekeepers, shopkeepers, and servants who worked for the family. Everything was dependent on the supply of wealth. Without the lower-level personnel, a clan would not be able to operate by relying on the elders and disciples. Qin Feng was a little impatient as he thought to himself. It seems that establishing a family really requires a lot of effort. It seems that the family should delegate some power and nurture more elders to be independent. He waved his hand. In the main hall, Qin Shi Hong stopped reporting. He looked at his lord with a puzzled expression. Qin Feng waved his hand and said, Qin Shi Hong, you are the second elder of Cloud Lake City. From today onwards, these matters will be handed over to you. If you handle them well, I will guarantee that you will advance to the Sea of Reincarnation realm. Qin Shi Hong was slightly startled, and a trace of excitement flashed through his eyes. Yes, your subordinate obeys. Advancing to the Sea of Reincarnation realm was Qin Shi Hong's greatest wish. The entire Mountain River City's Qin clan only had one Sea of Reincarnation realm martial artist. Wherever a Sea of Reincarnation realm martial artist went, they would be a big shot. Becoming an old ancestor of a 1,000-year-old clan was a piece of cake for them. Qin Feng looked at the envious disciples of the Qin clan in the main hall. You guys too, do your jobs well. Cloud Lake City has dozens of strategic towns. You guys might be able to become an ancestor and establish a branch for the Cloud Lake City's Qin clan. Yes, thank you, Lord. In the main hall, everyone's eyes lit up. Being sent to a strategic town and becoming the progenitor of a branch was something that many disciples of the clans yearned for even in their dreams. Establishing the ancestral temple and spreading the name for thousands of years. This might be a different type of immortal inheritance. This was also the original motivation for the Mountain River City's disciples to follow Qin Feng. At this moment, there was a series of hurried footsteps outside the main hall. Qin Feng's ears twitched, and he raised his head to look outside the city Lord Manor. Qin Yuemei's beautiful figure appeared in a hurry. Lord, this is bad. The elders of the Wang clan just sent news that the 5 major clans have joined forces with the Whale Shark clan. What? In the main hall, the atmosphere changed. Qin Shi Hong was shocked. Are the 5 major clans crazy? How dare they do this? The Whale Shark clan was one of the 3 overlords of the Cloud Lake water system. This clan had huge bodies, like water giants, and they were born with the ability to control rain and lightning. Once the warriors of this clan reached adulthood, they could easily possess the strength of a Meridian's condensation realm martial artist. There were many experts in this clan. It was rumored that the clan leader was also a martial arts expert. Qin Xingyun's face darkened. Are the people from the 5 great clans crazy? Don't they know that they are inviting a wolf into their house? No, I don't think they are crazy. They are colluding with the 3 major foreign clans. Qin Feng opened his eyes, and a cold smile flashed across his eyes. It can't be. The expressions of the Qin clan members changed. That is indeed the case. I understand the origins of the 5 great clans. In the history of Cloud Lake City, there have been other clans that have settled down here. As far as I know, in the past few hundred years, there have been some martial arts giants who have tried to settle down here. However, without exception, the experts who founded the clans all mysteriously disappeared. With a cold smile, Qin Feng walked down from the main seat. I originally thought that this was done by the 5 major clans, but now it seems like they are colluding with the 3 major foreign clans in the Cloud Lake. They're using the foreign clans to eliminate the dissidents. Qin Xingyun was furious. They're so bold to collude with the foreign clans. Aren't they afraid of the wrath of Xingqian school? Why wouldn't they dare? As long as there are enough benefits, a little risk is nothing. Qin Feng wasn't surprised. As long as the benefits outweighed the risks, there would be people willing to do it. Qin Feng was a risk-taker. In his previous life, he was a robber. As long as there were enough benefits, he would even dare to kill the direct disciples of the major clans. The Qin clan members looked at each other, and finally, Qin Xingyun stepped forward. City Lord, what should we do now? Should we strike first? Qin Feng muttered to himself. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the City Lord residence. Qin Feng frowned. At this moment, a disciple of the Qin clan hurriedly rushed in from outside the City Lord's estate. Lord, bad news. There is a group of people outside who are trying to barge into the City Lord residence. There was no need to report. Qin Feng's powerful spiritual force had already sensed the tyrannical aura of several ordinary martial artists outside the City Lord residence. One of the aura was like a thunderbolt, exploding with immense destructive power. a black light flashed, and in the next moment, Qin Feng's figure appeared outside the city lord mansion. Rumble. From afar, there was a thunderous roar. Accompanied by the smell of roasted meat, three figures retreated like cannonballs with lightning flashing on their bodies. Bang! Qin Feng looked down and saw three disciples of the Qin clan lying at his feet. Their bodies were charred by the lightning, and they were half dead. At this moment, a voice filled with coldness yet pleasant to the ear sounded. Ask your city lord to come out. I will count to 3. If he doesn't come out, I will kill everyone in the city lord residence. I will punish you and leave no one alive. Chapter 516. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched as he frowned. A trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. These disciples of the Qin clan were his most original team. There were only 14 of them in total. With a wave of his hand, 3 drops of life water appeared on his palm and fell into the mouths of the 3 half-dead Qin clan disciples. You are Qin Feng, outside the city lord residence. 4 to 5 martial artists looked at the youth in black who suddenly appeared. Qin Feng raised his head and saw 4 graceful men and women with their arms crossed as they looked at him mockingly. The one in the lead was a dark-skinned woman with a huge halberd in her hand. She looked down at Qin Feng from a lofty position, her eyes filled with a provocative battle intent. I am Qin Feng. Are you guys prepared to die? A nameless flame appeared in Qin Feng's eyes as he looked down. Qin Feng's gaze faintly swept over this tall and fierce purple-clothed woman. Peak of the Sea of Rebirth Realm, a half-step martial arts overlord. Qin Feng was sizing up this woman, and the woman in purple was also looking at Qin Feng. Her eyes were filled with a trace of coldness, and her mouth had a trace of disdain. The woman in purple was called Wang Xiao. She was a disciple of the Thunder Clan of the 800 unorthodox groups. Although the 800 unorthodox groups weren't part of the orthodox groups, their power couldn't be compared to the 72 orthodox groups. However, they were still a famous second-rate sect. Their power couldn't be underestimated. Every side door had its merits, or rather, its outstanding qualities. The most unique thing about the Thunder Clan was their Thunder Dao technique. The entire Thunder Clan specialized in the Thunder Dao. The power of their Thunder Dao technique shocked everyone and was very famous. The purple-robed woman was one of the famous geniuses of the Thunder Rumbling sect. This time, she was invited by the Qinlin banquet and came to the Cloud Lake. Because the Thunder Clan was a subordinate of the Qinquan sect and coincidentally heard that the Marquis of Xingqian School had come to the Cloud Lake City, she volunteered to find trouble with Qin Feng. His goal was to suppress Qin Feng and use him as a stepping stone to improve himself. Before meeting Qin Feng, she had thought that there would be a great battle. However, after meeting Qin Feng, he was full of confidence. He was also at the 3rd realm of the Sea of Reincarnation, a half-step martial overlord. The power of a lightning-attributed cultivation method was much stronger than that of other cultivation methods. A cold smile appeared on Wang Zhao's face. Qin Feng, you're too arrogant. I've always said how arrogant the geniuses of Xingqian School are. Today, I've specially come to meet you. Not only are you arrogant, but you're also arrogant. Eldest senior sister, don't waste your breath on this fellow. Just trample him under your feet. What marquee genius of Xingqian School? Senior sister, let's show him the power of the Thunder Dao of our Thunder Rumbling School. Bao 1, Cui Haiming, Cui Wenxiang, and Zhong Wanwu sneered. The 4 of them had absolute confidence in their eldest senior sister. Their eldest senior sister was one of the top geniuses of the Thunder Rumbling School. She had the Thunder King Divine Physique and 3 pieces of the Thunder King Divine Bone, coupled with the Thunder God's halberd that was made from the Thunder God's iron essence. She was almost invincible in the same realm. Even a martial arts giant might not be able to gain an advantage over his senior sister. The power of the Thunder God's halberd was earth-shattering. Qin Feng sneered as his powerful divine will surged. Rumble. As his divine will moved, a powerful void energy descended. Profound void domain. What a powerful void domain. Not bad. His thin lips curved into a sharp smile. He waved his arm, and a bolt of lightning swept across the sky. Take my lightning attributed, shatter heaven and earth. Rumble. Qin Feng's expression changed. That battle halberd flashing with lightning had actually blasted open his void domain in an instant. This halberd was a lightning-attributed pseudo-true artifact. Rumble. The lightning was like a flood, drowning the place where Qin Feng was standing. Bang! Qin Feng's body was shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's an illusion. Wang Zhao's sword-like eyebrows twitched as she waved the Thunder God's halberd. Suddenly, thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky. In the void, Qin Feng, who was using the void to travel, felt a destructive power coming from Wang Zhao. Every inch of the void was pierced by the lightning bolts. What a tyrannical, lightning-attributed true force. His brows furrowed as he circulated his true force. His body silently flew out of the void and appeared hundreds of feet away. What a powerful void energy. So you're cultivating void, true force. Seems like I'm destined to kill a void controller today. Wang Zhao's eyes were cold as lightning bolts vibrated and the air exploded. Her body spun like a top as she appeared above Qin Feng with the Thunder God's halberd that was even longer than her. A thunderous roar resounded. Thunder God extreme land, endless destruction. Kacha! Kacha! Qin Feng heard the terrifying sound of the void being pierced by lightning bolts. The dense lightning-attributed profound was like thousands of lightning snakes. The surrounding void was sealed off by thousands of lightning bolts without any blind spots. In the Cloud Lake City, many sea reincarnation realm martial artists felt the terrifying lightning-attributed true force and were shocked as they looked in the direction of the City Lord's mansion. This vast, lightning-attributed true force almost made them feel a chill from the depths of their souls. What a terrifying power. This lightning-attributed true force is probably above the third level of the sea reincarnation realm. This direction seems to be the City Lord's mansion. Who is fighting with the City Lord in the mansion? Could it be that an expert is attacking the City Lord's mansion? Let's go take a look. At the same time, outside the Cloud Lake City, a few figures who were rushing towards the Cloud Lake City were shocked. In the next moment, they rushed towards the Cloud Lake City like lightning. Frowning, the true force in his body rushed out like a long river and formed an innate yin-yang tai chi divine diagram. Rumble. Thousands of lightning snakes bombarded the innate yin-yang tai chi divine diagram. Countless yin and yang chi were destroyed by the violent lightning and turned into the four symbols water and fire. However, in the next moment, yin and yang chi were born from the four symbols water and fire to replenish the innate yin-yang tai chi divine diagram. This was the innate yin-yang art. After refining a trace of the innate yin and yang chi, the innate yin-yang tai chi divine diagram was already transforming into an innate yin-yang art. The innate yin and yang chi destroyed the lightning bolts. Qin Feng opened his arms and formed a Tai Chi divine diagram. The yin and yang chi rotated around his body and performed the innate divine diagram. She actually blocked the first attack of the Thunder God Extinction. Bao Wan, Cui Haiming, Cui Wenxiang, and Zhongwan looked extremely serious as they saw this scene. They were very clear about their senior sister's attainments in the lightning-attributed Tao. She had cultivated the Thunder King True Body. The Thunder King True Body was an extremely rare high-grade true body of the lightning-attributed Tao. After cultivating the Thunder King True Body, one's control over the lightning-attributed true body could be said to be above many experts of the same attribute. The four of them asked themselves if they could block this attack, even if they were at the second level of the sea reincarnation realm. This kind of power was enough to injure a martial overlord. At the same time, a few figures with powerful auras appeared in the sky, half a mile away from the City Lord's mansion. Their eyes fell on Wang Zhao. A surprised voice sounded. Isn't that Wang Zhao from the Thunder Rumbling sect who is known as the number one person below the prodigy role? Who is that person? He can actually fight against that crazy woman Wang Zhao's Thunder King True Body. There are 2 more updates. Chapter 517. This is unbelievable. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that a sea of reincarnation realm cultivator could suppress Wang Xiao. In midair, a green-robed man looked down at the city lord mansion with shock in his eyes. Wang Xiao is indeed not simple. This woman is naturally ferocious and possesses 3 pieces of the Thunder God's bone. The most terrifying thing about her is the ferocity in her bones. Rumor has it that this woman once entered the Sea of Lightning to cultivate for 3 years. Both you and I know about the Sea of Lightning. That place is shrouded by lightning clouds all year round, and the lightning essence there is abnormal. Not to mention a sea of reincarnation realm cultivator, even a martial overlord would have a 90% chance of survival. Actually, she has already comprehended more than 6 types of the Tao of Lightning. It's just that Wang Xiao is very ambitious. She wants to completely comprehend the Tao of Lightning to the Great Circle, which is to comprehend more than 9 types of Tao of Lightning before condensing the lightning source. The one who spoke was a young lady in colorful clothes. This was a young lady with an impressive figure. Her slender body was shrouded in a layer of colorful light. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, and her beautiful face was unreal. Her black gem-like eyes were incomparably lively. There was a spiritual radiance shining in her eyes. Doesn't this mean that the city lord will lose for sure? The green-robed man looked at the young lady with a trace of admiration in his eyes. You're wrong. It's the exact opposite. Wang Xiao has hit a metal plate this time. What? How is this possible? The green-robed man had a face of disbelief. Even if the city lord of Cloud Lake City is the legendary Void Controller, looking at his cultivation, he has at most grasped 4 types of Tao of Void. Not only has Wang Xiao grasped more than 6 types of Tao of Lightning, but she has also tried to fuse 2 types of Tao of Lightning to form a compatible Tao of Lightning. This kind of comprehension of the source isn't something that Qin Feng can compare to. What the green-robed man said was common sense. You're wrong. You didn't observe the performance of that black-robed youth. Although he seems to be at a disadvantage, his comprehension of martial arts has already reached an unimaginable level. Did you notice that this kind of technique is close to the Tao? Although Wang Xiao's attack power is strong, it didn't cause any damage to him. It's as if he could see through all of Wang Xiao's attack angles. After saying that, the multicolor-clothed girl said each word seriously. Most importantly, he hasn't made a single move since the very beginning. He's been on the defensive the entire time. Innate Yin and Yang Qi. Wang Xiao looked at Qin Feng with a pair of bright eyes, preparing to see the black and white innate Yin and Yang energies swirling around Qin Feng's body. No, it's incomplete innate Yin and Yang Qi. Wang Xiao nodded. Although it's incomplete, it's still extremely precious. With this innate Yin Yang Qi, I'll be able to evolve my lightning arts into the innate Yin Yang divine lightning. Looks like my luck has come. Any divine ability that was tainted by the word Xiantian would undergo an earth-shattering change. From her words, she still regarded Qin Feng as a fish on the chopping board. In the distance, several hundred zhang away, Qin Feng smiled coldly. He did not get angry. With a flash, he turned into a vast sword light that tore through the sky and slashed at Wang Xiao. The 12th sword of chaos tidal extinction. Rumble. Quick. It was extremely quick. The vast sword light tore through the void, and a snow-white sword light suddenly descended on Wang Xiao's head. Good. You're indeed capable. Take my attack too. Wang Xiao smiled coldly. Thousands of lightnings suddenly appeared on her body, and the void seemed to be shattered by the lightning. It turned into the purest origin Qi and merged into her body. This streak of lightning actually shattered the void, turning it into primal chaos. It devoured everything in one gulp, turning it into an explosive strike. At this moment, Wang Xiao's aura expanded by nearly 10 times. The aura of the peak of the sea reincarnation realm broke through the limit and rushed to the martial arts overlord realm. Rumble. There was an earth-shattering sound of thunder, and an extremely bright blue lightning burst out from Wang Zhao's body. It struck towards the sword light above his head with a loud bang. Lightning God Absolute Second Style, Heaven's Shaking Dome. Seeing this lightning, the 4 disciples of the thunder-rumbling sect were surprised. This is the divine lightning of creation from our sect's Thunder Transformation Divine Scroll. Senior Sister has actually cultivated this divine lightning. Unbelievable. This divine lightning of creation is a lightning technique used to split the void. Only the founder had cultivated this lightning technique. Senior Sister has actually cultivated this lightning technique. This is unbelievable. That black-robed young man is dead for sure. This divine lightning of creation can even split the void into chaos. Rumble. When the sword light and the halberd collided, Wang Zhao's eyes revealed a cold smile. She seemed to have seen Qin Feng turning into dust in the next moment. But in the next moment, her expression changed drastically. The divine lightning of creation bombarded the sword light. It was as if it had collided with the world's strongest diamond. The vast sword light split the divine lightning of creation like tofu and pierced into Wang Zhao's chest like lightning. At this moment, it was as if the world had frozen. Pucci. The sharp sword light slashed and blew past Wang Zhao's body like a gust of wind. With a flash of black light, Qin Feng appeared dozens of feet away. The smile on Wang Zhao's face froze, and her eyes were dazed for a moment. With a clank, the thunder god halberd in her hand fell to the ground. She had lost. She had lost. Senior Sister has lost. The 4 disciples of the thunder-rumbling sect were stunned. How is this possible? How is it possible that Senior Sister has lost? The 4 of them could not believe their eyes. In the sky, the 2 half-step martial arts giants were extremely shocked. The man in green murmured. He actually split the divine lightning of creation with brute force. This is simply, the man in green was extremely shocked. Divine lightning of creation. That was not an ordinary divine lightning. The divine lightning of creation was a terrifying lightning technique that could create chaos and shatter the mystery land. A mighty martial arts expert would die if they were to touch such a lightning technique. However, such a lightning technique had been split open like tofu. The girl in colorful clothes' beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. She was extremely shocked. The extreme true power is actually above the heaven path true power. How is this possible? There is actually someone who can raise the quality of his true power to such a level. Unbelievable, unbelievable. The girl in colorful clothes saw it more clearly than the man in green. She clearly saw that Qin Feng's sword light had shattered the divine lightning of creation. The girl in colorful clothes was certain that she was not wrong about that profound and primeval aura that could shatter, refine, and contain everything. The girl in colorful clothes tightly pursed her bright red lips. The heaven path true power in the spirit sea continent was already the limit. The extreme true power was only a legend and a theoretical existence. However, it had appeared today. There is one more. Chapter 518. Silence. In the Cloud Lake City, all the martial artists who saw this sword went silent. Under the sword light, everyone felt a deep chill from the depths of their soul. Recalling that sword strike, he still had the terrifying feeling that his soul had been split open. Seeing this scene, the martial artists from the 5 major clans felt extremely embarrassed. On a roof a few thousand feet away, the Qi clan head had a gloomy expression. No one knew what he was thinking, but he snorted and left. In front of the city lord residence, Wang Zhao's eyes were lifeless. Qin Feng's sword light had instantly taken away all her vitality. Even her soul had been slashed. She stared at Qin Feng with deadly eyes. Crackle. 2 halves of her body rolled on the ground. Blood was everywhere. Qin Feng's eyes landed on the remaining 4 experts from the thunder-rumbling sect. Bao Wen, Cui Haiming, Cui Wenxiang, and Zhong Wanwu's faces froze. A trace of fear surged into their hearts. Qin Feng, you dare to kill our senior sister. Our thunder-rumbling sect will not let you go. If you're smart, let us go. Otherwise, if our thunder-rumbling sect holds you accountable, even if you are an inner disciple of the Xingqian school, you will not be able to bear the consequences." Sweeping his eyes across the four of them, their faces changed slightly. They were all on guard. Qin Feng sneered. "Hold you accountable? Aren't you thinking too much? Your thunder-rumbling sect and Xingqian sect are in the same boat. Going against our Xingqian school, it is only right for me to kill you. If you are smart, surrender yourselves and let me plan a restriction. If you are still nagging, I will have no choice but to kill all four of you and send you to the Xingqian school to exchange for rewards." Qin Feng's gaze landed on the heads of the four, sweeping back and forth. Thunder-rumbling sects C of reincarnation realm prodigies should be worth some money. Bao Wen, Cui Haiming, Cui Wenxiang, and Zhong Wanwu's faces changed. If they were to fight, they knew that they weren't a match for Qin Feng. Seeing that the four of them were still hesitating, Qin Feng's divine perception moved. A massive amount of divine perception surged and turned into aura that landed on the four of them. Rumble. The four people's expressions changed drastically, and they couldn't stop themselves from retreating dozens of steps. "Have you thought it through? Am I not very patient?" Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Bao Wen, Cui Haiming, Cui Wenxiang, and Zhong Wanwu looked at each other. A trace of bitterness flashed through their eyes. Did they still have a choice at this point? Even their eldest senior sister had been killed on the spot. What else could they do? "We surrender." The four men lowered their heads at the same time. "Very good." Qin Feng nodded his head as a glint flashed across his eyes. With these four people, the Qin family in Cloud Lake City could be considered to have stabilized. With a gust of wind, Zhang Xian appeared before the four of them. With a grab of his hand, the four of them felt their souls tremble, and a wisp of their souls was pulled out. The four of them had complicated expressions on their faces, but they did not dare to resist. He casually planted a restriction and processed the 4 strands of soul before sending them back into their bodies. The four of them could clearly feel that there was an additional layer of invisible shackles in the depths of their souls. This time, Qin Feng did not use the power of his heart demons. For the current Qin Feng, there were not many heart demons that he could refine. If he were to recklessly refine them, it would easily damage his soul. Bao Wen, Cui Haiming, Cui Wenxiang, and Zhong Wanwu looked at each other. A trace of bitterness flashed across their eyes. The four of them took a step forward at the same time and bowed. "Greetings, Master. Call me City Lord. From now on, you are the honorary protectors of our Cloud Lake City's Qin family." After finishing his words, Qin Feng looked at the four of them who lowered their heads. "This position is the same as Elder You. Of course, there will be a corresponding monthly salary of 4 low-grade orbs every month. Don't worry, as long as you are loyal to my Qin family and contribute enough, I might be able to remove the restriction for you. When the time comes, you can come and go as you please." In the end, Qin Feng painted a pie in the sky for the four of them. Qin Feng knew that when a rabbit was cornered, it would bite. Moreover, these four were experts at the sea of reincarnation realm. Rather than forcefully suppressing their willpower, he might as well hit them with a stick and give them some sweetness and hope. As expected, after hearing Qin Feng's words, the four of them looked much better. At the side, the Qin family members were delighted when they saw this scene. Although the Cloud Lake City's Qin family had Qin Feng as the Patriarch, Qin Feng was ultimately just one person. Many things were left to his martial arts avatar. Now that there were 4 sea of reincarnation realm martial artists, it was much more convenient. They were high-level hired thugs. On the other side, the leaders of the 5 great clans had gloomy expressions when they saw this scene. Although the original Qin family was powerful, they only had a few dozen people. Moreover, most of them were Meridian's condensation realm martial artists. Although the 5 great clans gave them enough respect, they couldn't do much with just these people. But now that there were 4 more sea of reincarnation realm martial artists, their deterrence was greatly increased. Looking at Wang Zhao's corpse on the ground, Qin Feng casually waved his hand and grasped the Thunder God's halberd in his hand. Holding in his hand, Qin Feng knew that this Thunder God's halberd wasn't light. It was at least 500 kilograms. Qin Feng sized it up. This thunder god's halberd was in the shape of flowing water. There were patterns engraved on it, and it was made from rare thunder essence. It contained a dense thunder attribute energy. This was a thunder attribute pseudo-true artifact. Holding it in his hand, Qin Feng's powerful spiritual sense could clearly feel the profound thunder energy contained within the thunder god's halberd. If this thunder god's halberd was in the hands of a thunder attribute martial artist, their strength would increase by several folds. Bao Wen, Cui Haiming, Cui Wenxiang, and Zhong Wanwu's eyes lit up with fervor. In the thunder rumbling sect, even the martial arts giants might not have a pseudo-true artifact. This kind of true artifact was too rare and too precious, especially a true artifact that was compatible with the element. Qin Feng waved his hand, and Qin Qingwei walked forward. The beautiful woman's eyes revealed a trace of respect from the bottom of her heart. Lord, put this weapon into the family's treasury and enter it into the family's exchange list. If you have enough contribution points, you can exchange for it. Yes. Qingwei nodded. She waved her hand. Hearing this, the eyes of the four people on the side lit up. After dealing with the four people, Qin Feng glanced around and even glanced at the sky. His eyes were indifferent as he turned around and returned to the city lord's mansion. In the sky, the girl in colorful clothes sighed softly. He really can summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. He suppressed thunder rumbling sect's Wang Xiao with a flip of his hand, and at the same time subdued the four disciples of the thunder rumbling sect. He even intimidated some of the martial artists in Cloud Lake City. This kind of means is really eye-opening. Hearing the girl in colorful clothes tone, a trace of discomfort flashed in the man's heart. A trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes as he glanced at the city lord's mansion. He's still too impulsive and young. In my opinion, I'm afraid this city lord won't live for long. Although the city lord killed Wang Xiao and was happy for a moment, this was not a wise move. Wang Xiao and the four disciples of the Thunder Rumbling sect were guests invited by the Sea Demon Queen. This person killed Wang Xiao and enslaved the four disciples. This is clearly a slap to the face of the Sea Demon clan. This is a big slap to the face of the Sea Demon Queen. I'm afraid the experts of the Sea Demon clan will arrive soon. Chapter 519. Back at the City Lord Mansion, Qin Feng's expression was solemn as he pondered. This time, I have completely offended the Sea Demon clan. After all, Wang Xiao is a guest of the Sea Demon clan. If I kill him, the experts of the Sea Demon clan will come soon. It's fine if the experts of the Sea Demon clan don't come. But once they come, they will strike like lightning. With my current strength, dealing with one or two martial Dao giants is not a problem. But if there are more than three, or if a martial Dao expert comes, I will definitely die. I have to find a solution as soon as possible. Thinking about it, Qin Feng frowned. This time, not only the Sea Demon clan, but also the Whale Shark clan. He had offended two of the three foreign clans. Right, there's still the Great City Barrier Array. Cloud Lake City stood on the shore of Cloud Lake. The most important reason why I could fight against the Water Clan for so many years was because of the Great City Barrier Array. When the previous Liu Hashan handed over to him, he mentioned the Great City Barrier Array. With a flash of black light, Qin Feng appeared in a secret chamber in the City Lord Mansion. There was a wall in front of him. Qin Feng flipped his palm, and a token appeared in his hand. The token was neither gold nor iron. It was white and surrounded by stars. This was the City Lord token. With a glance, Qin Feng imprinted the City Lord token on the wall. A layer of restriction rippled silently like water waves. A door appeared on the wall in his vision. Deep inside the door was a passage of dazzling light. With a flicker of his eyes, Qin Feng turned into a beam of black light and entered the door. After a while, a huge underground palace appeared in his vision. Qin Feng inspected it. The foundation of the Great City Barrier Array was still there. It was very intact. This was a rare level 7 water type Shin array. He didn't know which array Grandmaster made it. Qin Feng could tell that the power of this array formation was very powerful. However, according to Lu Hashan, this array was attacked by the experts of the three clans in Cloud Lake 100 years ago. A loophole had appeared. Now, the operation was obscure, and sometimes it didn't work. If it was to build a level 7 array on the spot, it might be very difficult for Qin Feng now. However, repairing an array formation was no problem at all. This was also Qin Feng's greatest confidence in killing Wang Xiao. If the experts of the Sea Demon clan didn't come, then it would be fine. But once they did, they would definitely not be able to return. 3 hours later, Qin Feng reappeared at the entrance. The restoration of the underground palace's array foundation went very smoothly. Qin Feng had a smile on his face. The reason why this formation was not working was because several parts of the formation could not withstand the powerful force and cracked. As long as it was repaired, it could be used again. It only took him 2 hours to repair the foot of the formation. In the remaining 4 hours, Qin Feng optimized this array formation while he was at it. After repairing the array formation, Qin Feng returned to the cultivation room alone and began cultivating. For Qin Feng, the most important thing right now was to raise his cultivation base to the martial overlord realm. Yi Ding and the true disciple behind him were like a huge mountain blocking in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng knew very well that there wasn't much time left for him to grow. Once Yi Ding's cultivation level exceeded his, or that true disciple truly had the time to deal with him. When that happened, it would be the end of the world. Qin Feng knew very well that it wouldn't take long. Before that happened, he needed to have the ability to protect himself. As long as he broke through to the martial overlord realm, Qin Feng would truly begin grasping a portion of the Chaos Heaven's mystic realm's powers. When that happened, Qin Feng would be able to protect himself even if he were to face a martial overlord. Qin Feng had already begun comprehending the profundity of Void Quake. This was the 5th void profundity apart from void freezing, void reversion, void stagnation, and void traversal. From Qin Feng's point of view, the trembling of the void was a kind of fluctuation. Void fluctuation. Previously, Qin Feng had seen a void mystic technique, the Zenith Heaven Void Dao. The Zenith Heaven Void Dao was a void mystic technique that used the profundity of Void Quake. By using Void Quake, one could sense all changes in the void and gain complete control. Qin Feng was somewhat regretful. If he had known, he would have obtained this mystic technique at the All-Star Martial meet by hook or by crook. With this mystic technique, comprehending the profundity of Void Quake would be a lot easier. However, Qin Feng could only suppress his impatience and slowly comprehend the Chaos Tree's profundity. He wanted to clear the profundity of Void Quake from it. This sort of comprehension speed was not slow. The Cloud Lake water system had a vast surface that spanned 50,000 kilometers. Inside the sea-filling palace, inside a crystal palace. Her Majesty, let us take action. This Cloud Lake City's city lord is audacious. He dared to kill a guest of our sea demon race. His crime is unforgivable. Yes, Your Majesty, let's take action. We must flatten his Cloud Lake City. We must leave no survivors in Cloud Lake City. In the Grand Hall, sea demon experts were filled with righteous indignation. Above the Grand Hall, an elder holding a sea soul staff rebuked with a frown. Be quiet. Her Majesty has her own plans on this matter. Right at this moment, a voice sounded out from behind the curtain of rain. All of you leave. Elder Hai Hun, stay behind. The group of Sea Clan experts didn't dare question her and could only leave with rage. Elder Hai Hun's gaze descended onto the curtain of rain. Her Majesty, this Cloud Lake City Lord is truly extraordinary. Our sea demon race must think thrice before acting. Elder Hai Hun's expression was heavy and carried a trace of a headache. This new Cloud Lake City Lord was a huge problem. A 15-year-old grade 4 alchemist, a genius that was conferred the title of Marquis. If such a genius were to die in Cloud Lake City, even if the sea demon race's strength was formidable, it would still be a huge problem. It's fine. Recently, I sense that the ancestral god palace of my sea demon race is about to emerge into the world. Our sea demon race is a powerful race in the water during the ancient times. At that time, even the true dragon race would have to show some respect to our sea demon race. Even though Xingqian School's strength is formidable, once the ancestors of our sea demon race emerge into the world, Xingqian School wouldn't be a threat to us. Let the sea generals take action. Just focus on killing this kid. The ancestral god palace is about to emerge into the world. Elder Hai Hun's body trembled, and he couldn't hide his shock. After a moment, he took a deep breath. However, he couldn't suppress the joy in his eyes. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll let the ghost crab, water ape, and Een crocodile out of the 24 sea generals set off. These 3 generals are all martial Dao giants who have cultivated for more than 150 years. With the 3 of them taking action, I believe that this time, nothing will go wrong." In the main hall, Qin Feng closed his eyes and used his divine consciousness to comprehend the chaos tree. 3 days later, his hands suddenly moved and sank into the chaos tree. It was as if 2 hands were inserted into a calm water tank and stirring the clear water in the tank. Without a sound, the void seemed to have turned into a whirlpool. Boom! Suddenly, in the next moment, it was as if a bomb had exploded in the water 30 feet away. Without a sound, the void ruptured and a violent vibration spread out. Rumble! The tables and chairs 30 feet away were instantly turned into dust in this vibration. There are 2 more updates. Chapter 520. Qin Feng opened his eyes, looked at the shattered table, and nodded. Outside the hall, Qin Yueme was overjoyed to see this. "Congratulations, Honorable Lord. Your cultivation has improved," Qin Feng said. "It's still early. This is only the tip of the iceberg of Void Quake. If I truly master it, I'll probably be able to shatter the void within 100 feet radius." He took out the dark north godly water sword and slashed. Splat! Like a sharp sword cutting through water, the void split open. The power of the void quintessence. Qin Feng was gradually bringing out the full power of the void quintessence, fusing it into his movement techniques, footwork, martial techniques, and even sword techniques. Although Qin Feng only cultivated one of the 13 swords of the Daoyuo God Sealing Sword, he had created a unique sword Dao. After several evolutions, the Chaos Tidal Extinction Sword had become more powerful. This was Qin Feng's sword Dao. Qin Feng did not need a powerful sword Dao or a powerful cultivation technique. He only needed a sword Dao that was most suitable for him. As he grew, this sword Dao would become more and more perfect and powerful. At this moment, the Chaos Tidal Extinction Sword had already begun to fuse with the Void Quintessence. If Qin Feng could fuse all of the Void Quintessence into this sword one day, it would be easy to split open the heavens and earth. The sword would sweep through the divine lands for 3 days and nights. One sword would chill 19 prefectures. He could only imagine the might of the first sword ancestor. Qin Feng could not help but be fascinated. When this sword slashed out, Qin Feng fused a trace of the profound meaning of void vibration into it. This sword slashed open the void with ease. In the past, even if Qin Feng circulated all of his true qi, he would only be able to split open a sliver of the void. Qin Yueme felt a chill in her heart. Although this sword light did not have any abnormalities, she felt that it was more terrifying than any other sword light. This sword had the aura of the 5th level of the sword Dao, all techniques to one. "Patriarch, you're really getting stronger by the day. This kind of change is really shocking. I'm afraid that with Patriarch's current cultivation, you're not inferior to those prefectural families that have been around for more than 3,000 years. In the future, the Qin clan might be able to become a feudal family or even an imperial family. In the Spirit Sea continent, there was a ladder between the families. The lowest tier was the century-old clans. Above them were the millennium-old clans. The millennium-old clans controlled many branches, and the range of their power was very large. For example, the Shana city's Qin family, Su family, and Ning family had branch families all over the surrounding strategic towns. They could be considered local tyrants. Such a clan would usually have a sea wheel realm expert overseeing it. Next would be the clans that have been around for more than 3,000 years. These clans were known as county prestige clans. The prefectural prestige clan controlled many big cities the size of Mountain River City and had great influence. Moreover, there were martial overlords in the clan. This kind of clan was very big. They had established commanderies, and the head of the clan was usually a commandery prince. Above them were the vassal clans, each of which had at least 3 martial overlord patriarchs. Such a clan could at least establish a middle-ranked commandery. Such a clan was comparable to some of the third-rate sections. Above them were the monarch clans, which were comparable to second-rate sections. The monarch clans had at least 3 almighties overseeing it, and they had the secret realm of inheritance. Inheritance was the most important thing in a large clan. The monarch clans were called monarch clans because they were different from ordinary clans. The monarch clans had martial overlords overseeing it. The martial overlords had their true souls reincarnated. Although martial overlords could only reincarnate once, their true souls would reincarnate once. However, one could imagine that after such a martial overlord reincarnated, his talent and comprehension would definitely be top-notch. Furthermore, after awakening, he would regain his memories. It was hard to imagine how terrifying he would be. The number of martial overlords in such a clan was not something an ordinary person could imagine. Most of the geniuses on the martial prodigy roll were peerless prodigies who had reincarnated from almighties. There were even some who had fallen and reincarnated from gods. Martial overlords did not compete with their fathers, but with their previous lives. The 9 great empire's royal clans were the monarch clans. Legend had it that above the monarch clans, there were the monarch clans. The monarch clans were not inferior to first-rate sections. Suppressing the excitement in her heart, Qin Yuanmei stepped forward and said, "Lord, in the past few days when you were cultivating, the 5 great clans have been in contact with the whale shark clan. It seems that the whale shark clan's experts will make their move soon. Should we strike first? Eliminate the 5 great clans?" "No, we can't for now." If he was alone in the past, Qin Feng would have found a chance to wipe out the 5 great clans. But now was not the time. Now that his identity had changed, he was the city lord of Cloud Lake City. If he went on a killing spree, it would be detrimental to the stability of Cloud Lake City. Bandits didn't need a reason to kill. If a person in power wanted to kill someone, they had to have a reason. Those in power have more considerations. Qin Feng's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, "Don't worry, the 5 great clans are like turtles in a jar. They won't be able to jump for long. The only reason we haven't killed them yet is because the big fish hasn't taken the bait yet." Qin Yuanmei said, "That's right, Patriarch. 2 days ago, 2 martial artists from the Wood Emperor sect came to visit the city lord. The Wood Emperor sect was one of the 800 unorthodox groups. They had the legendary Wood Emperor's true scripture as their sect's secret technique. At the same time, they had 24 wood-type true inheritances. Among the 800 unorthodox groups, the wood-type was number 1. This wasn't an undeserved reputation. The Wood Emperor sect was very good at cultivating spiritual herbs. Therefore, they were highly valued by some of the experts in Xingqian school. Qin Feng wasn't unfamiliar with the Wood Emperor sect. It was one of the major unorthodox groups affiliated to Xingqian school. Were their names: Jun Ruoli Su Qiqi, Wood God's son; Jun Ruoli, Heavenly Eye Goddess Su Qiqi. Qin Feng's eyes flickered, revealing a trace of surprise. These 2 people were extraordinarily famous. The 2 most famous geniuses of the Wood Emperor's generation couldn't be underestimated. Were the 2 of them now? After waiting for half a day, they saw that you were in seclusion and left. Miss Su gave us a piece of information before she left. What information? Qin Feng's brows twitched as he looked at Qin Yuanmei. Qin Yuanmei said, "She asked you to pay attention to this year's Qinglin banquet? What does that mean? Could it be that there's some secret to this year's Qinglin banquet?" And why did she ask me to pay attention to the Qinlin banquet? Qin Feng was puzzled as he pondered in his heart. Su Chi and he had met by chance. Why would she ask him to pay attention to the Qinlin banquet for no reason? At this moment, Qin Feng's expression changed. Rumble. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound rang in his ears. More than half of the city's residents were startled awake. Buzz. The earth was shaking. Qin Feng's expression changed as he appeared outside the city lord's mansion. At this moment, in the Cloud Lake mansion outside the city lord's mansion, an extremely shocking wave appeared before his eyes. This surging water covered the sky and the sun. Dark clouds covered the moon and even blocked the sunlight. This terrifying scene landed in the eyes of many Cloud Lake City cultivators. They were so shocked that they couldn't stand still. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. This was the attack of the Whale Shark Clan's experts. At the same time, Qin Feng's tyrannical spiritual sense picked up the battle cries outside the city lord's mansion. Two streaks of light flashed, and the figures of Qin Qingyun and Qin Qinghong appeared behind him. Their faces were filled with anger. City Lord, not good. The Whale Shark Clan's experts have appeared in the city. They're killing the city's residents. There's one more. Chapter 521. After scanning with his divine perception, Qin Feng's face darkened. The martial artists at the city gate started to transform and expand. In an instant, they became 3 meters tall, blue-skinned, and ferocious-looking men. These were the experts of the whale shark race. There were more than a dozen of them. The leader was a strong man who exuded the aura of a martial overlord. Half of the people behind him were actually martial artists of the sea reincarnation realm. Children, kill. Kill your way into the city lord residence. The treasures and the flesh of the martial artists are all yours. And the beauties, let's snatch them back. Yes, General Sea Demon. Brothers, kill your way in. I heard that the flesh of martial artists is the most nourishing. This time we must have a good meal. In front of the group of people, the 4 disciples of the Thunder Rumbling sect were trying their best to resist. Qin Feng frowned. At this moment, the huge wave had already reached its peak. Coordinating from the inside and outside. Their methods are not bad. If it was another city lord, I'm afraid they would not be able to take care of both sides. Sneering, Qin Feng formed a hand seal. Buzz. All the martial artists in Cloud Lake City were shocked. A formless wave emerged from the depths of the earth. In the next moment, it was activated with the city lord residence as the center. It formed a huge shield that covered the entire Cloud Lake City. What is this? This seems to be the city protection array. Some of the more knowledgeable martial artists raised their heads and revealed a trace of joy. With the city protection array, no other race could break into Cloud Lake City. Among the 5 major families, the chief family head's face was ashen as he looked at the blue sky above his head. He actually activated the city protection array. The Wang family head, Wang Yan's eyes were bloodshot. Among the 5 major families, the one who hated Qin Feng the most was definitely Wang Yan. The remaining 3 patriarchs looked at each other, and their expressions flickered. If Qin Feng was killed this time, it was fine. If he couldn't be killed, the eyes of the 3 family heads flickered rapidly. Qi Kaishan sneered as he took in the expressions of the family heads from the corner of his eyes. Everyone, there's no need to be anxious. So what if that yellow-haired kid has grasped the city barrier formation? It's common knowledge that the city barrier formation is only effective at times, and it might not be able to withstand the bombardment of the Whale Shark Clan outside. Moreover, the Sea Demon General is in Cloud Lake City now. Even if that yellow hair guy can use the Great City Protection Formation to block the Whale Shark Clan experts outside, he definitely won't have the energy to block the attack of a martial overlord. He's dead for sure. Qi Kaishan looked confident. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. A cold light that seemed to split the heavens and earth abruptly appeared. The expressions of the 4 great clans and the other sea of reincarnation realm experts in the Cloud Lake City changed as a terrifying chill gushed out from the depths of their souls. What is that? Haisha's face suddenly changed after he pushed back the 4 disciples of the thunder-rumbling martial school with one palm strike. He was originally a general of the whale shark race, and he also cultivated a water element mystic art. His strength had long surpassed that of an ordinary martial overlord. When he heard that there was a new insensible city lord in Cloud Lake City, he volunteered to come to Cloud Lake City. In his eyes, this was a lucrative mission. The flesh and blood of martial artists contained rich and precious vitality. In the eyes of the whale shark race, a martial overlord was a great medicine. He was already prepared to have a big meal. With the help of the Chi clan, it was indeed abnormally easy to enter the city. The only trouble was the 4C of reincarnation realm experts in the city lord's residence. However, in Haisha's eyes, they were still food and elixirs. In his eyes, they were appetizers before a full meal. In Haisha's heart, the main food was still that city lord. However, when he saw that figure, Haisha knew that he was wrong. He was very wrong. When the cold light fell, he was almost unable to resist as his soul was sealed in ice. His soul was unknowingly pulled into an illusion. Many martial artists in the city looked at this scene in a daze. One move. With just one move, the general of the whale shark race, Haisha, turned into a block of ice. No one knew if he was dead or alive. How can he be so powerful? This is impossible. The Wong clan head sat on the ground with a pale face. This kind of power made him feel despair. In that instant, he felt as though the ground was sealed in ice. This isn't his power. This is the power of the city protection array. What is an array? When the time comes, the power of heaven and earth will be used. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth, it can topple mountains and overturn seas. With a flash of green light, a white-haired elder in green clothes appeared in front of the 5 major clans. Old ancestor, among the 5 major clans, the Li clan head was delighted. You are out of seclusion. The remaining 4 patriarchs hurriedly bowed in respect. Not bad. I just happened to stabilize my realm. The green-robed elder looked at the sky. To be precise, he was looking at Qin Feng's figure. His eyes were extremely solemn. With one move, he sealed the sea general at the entrance of the city lord's residence. Qin Feng's eyes swept across and landed on the experts of the 5 major clans on the ground. At this moment, the power lingering around Qin Feng's body was like divine dragons. The tyrannical power was restraining the meridians in his body. It only wanted to pierce through the sky. A very good feeling, the power amplification of a level 7 array. Qin Feng laughed lightly. His gaze became even sharper, as though it had materialized. When the green-robed elder saw that gaze, his expression changed drastically. He could feel that the power on Qin Feng's body wasn't superficial. Qin Feng perfectly controlled this power. This was extremely unthinkable. Generally speaking, it was very difficult to completely control the power of an array. Most martial artists relied on array hand seals to activate the array and could only passively defend. There is only one kind of person who could completely control the power of an array. That was a mystic array master. According to what the green-robed elder knew, the array beneath Cloud Lake City was a level 7 mystic array. Only a level 7 mystic array master could completely suppress and control a level 7 mystic array master. Qin Feng only glanced at the martial artists of the 5 major clans. In the next moment, an earth-shattering aura suddenly appeared in front of Cloud Lake City. This aura attracted all of Qin Feng's attention. Above Cloud Lake, countless rays of water shot out. Within the rays of water, waves surged. Abnormally tall, blue-colored foreign clans that looked like yukshas in the sea walked out. 12 water giants stepped out from the waves. They were over 30 meters tall. They had large shoulders and round waists. They were burly and ferocious. These were the 12 martial overlords of the whale shark clan, sea generals. A huge palace suddenly appeared from Cloud Lake. The light blue silk curtains danced in the wind. A beautiful young lady with long dragon horns walked out from the palace. Her skin was as white as jade. She was indescribably beautiful. On both sides of her, young sea race men appeared from the palace. "Your Highness, this is Cloud Lake City. It's also our target this time." A young man from the Whale Shark clan swept his gaze across Cloud Lake City. There was a hint of bloodlust in his eyes. When his gaze landed on the young lady with dragon horns, there was a hint of infatuation in his eyes. "It's also our target this time." The moment he finished speaking, two streams of light flew out from the water. Two powerful sea race experts who emitted the aura of martial overlords appeared in the sky. Their gazes landed on Cloud Lake City. Chapter 522. There are other sea tribes? The Sea Tribe was the collective name for the sea tribes. From 1,000 feet away, Qin Feng landed on the beautiful young lady who was leading the group. This beautiful young lady exuded a huge amount of energy like a raging wave. A martial arts giant. Furthermore, she was a martial arts giant with the bloodline of the dragon tribe. Turning his gaze, he saw that there were many young experts beside the young girl. These young experts were all from the Sea Tribe and came from various powerful tribes in the water system. Qin Feng scanned them with his divine will. The weakest of these young experts was at the sea reincarnation realm. Other than these young experts, there were also more than a dozen sea generals from the Whale Shark tribe. At this moment, many figures appeared on the city wall. In his divine will, some powerful martial artists from Cloud Lake City arrived and appeared on the city wall. They were the heads of the 12 wealthy families and the heads of the 3 chambers of commerce. There were also 2 martial arts giants. "City Lord, please instruct us. The Cloud Lake tribe is attacking. Do they have to ask for our permission if they want to attack Cloud Lake City?" Old Man Dongfang is right. As martial artists of Cloud Lake City, we are responsible for the city being threatened. These 2 were expert from Cloud Lake City who were not part of the various factions. The actual controller of Cloud Lake Auction was Dongfang Tai. The owner of Cloud Lake Void Market was Lu Yunlu. The Cloud Lake Auction and Cloud Lake Void Market both had powerful backgrounds. There were definitely more than 2 martial arts giants overseeing them. However, it was already rare for these 2 factions to be willing to walk up to the city wall at this moment. Many thanks to the 2 district masters. Qin Feng nodded. Lu Yunlu and Dongfang Tai looked at each other. Dongfang Tai laughed. "City Lord, you are too courteous. The Cloud Lake tribe is killing and robbing. They are beasts. How can we allow these beasts to invade Cloud Lake City and destroy our home?" Lu Yunru nodded. "City Lord, don't worry. The 2 of us can help you block the 2 sea generals." Seeing this, the experts spoke up. "The Ma family can help you block a sea reincarnation realm expert. The Jean family can also block a sea reincarnation realm expert. And the Meow family, the Bao family can also, and my 7 Stars gang, Green Cloud gang, numerous reincarnation realm experts stood up with swords and sabers on their backs. Their eyes were either cold or blazing with battle intent. There were actually 20 to 30 sea of reincarnation realm experts. Most of these people were the patriarchs of the 12 prestigious clans and the 3 great merchant unions. There were also a few martial artists from the major powers of Cloud Lake City. In midair, Qin Feng felt an indescribable surge of heroic spirit. This was what it meant to be a martial artist. Every time there was a great calamity, they would naturally stand at the forefront of everyone. He was not timid or cowardly because of any strong enemy. It was precisely because of the existence of such cultivators that the human race was able to firmly occupy the central 99 domains and reign supreme over the 10,000 races. And my family. At this moment, dozens of streaks of light flew up. A green-robed, white-browed old man strode over, his white hair fluttering in the wind. At this juncture, Mali family will not take a single step back. Li Xiaoyun, you came at the right time. I have scared the guts out of your 5 major families. Lu Yunlu laughed. Old man Lu, that's where you're wrong. Mali family's martial artists are great men. Why would we hide behind others like a coward? The Li family's old ancestor glanced at the direction of the 4 major families. Isn't it just death and battle? Who doesn't die? Furthermore, when the nest is overturned, no egg can remain unbroken. How can I not understand this logic? If we are still stuck on the gains of one family or one clan, we are courting death. Old Mister is right. Qin Feng descended from Midair and bowed slightly. Since that is the case, I thank the Leaf family on behalf of the millions of living beings in Cloud Lake City. Seeing the black-robed young man appear in Midair, the Leaf family's old ancestors' eyes lit up. What a graceful young man. City Lord, you don't have to be so courteous. If you want to thank me, I, Li Xiaoyun, don't deserve it. We martial artists fight against the heavens, against the earth, and against other people. We don't know that in this crisis, there is an opportunity. If we can kill one or two of our enemies, we might be able to improve our martial arts. In between life and death, there is great terror, but also great opportunity. The old ancestor was unusually open-minded. The Li family's head and elders behind him looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Their old ancestor had such a temperament. However, this time, he had offended the other four major families. However, looking at the city lord's figure, the Li family and many of the experts present were unusually solemn. At this moment, there was a surge of energy surging from Qin Feng's body. Although this surge of energy did not explode, it was earth-shattering. It was as if the black-robed young man could turn the entire Cloud Lake City into dust with just a lift of his arm. In the face of this energy fluctuation, the several martial Dao magnates appeared extremely small and insignificant. Qin Feng's gaze swept across the crowd, and even the three martial Dao magnates felt an immense pressure pressing down on them. Everyone, Qin Feng is very grateful that everyone is able to come to the city wall. However, there is no need for everyone to act now. I, Qin Feng, alone am enough to deal with these weaklings outside the city. Although they were thousands of feet away, the voice on the city wall was still heard by the many powerful Sea tribe martial artists in the palace. What an arrogant kid. He doesn't know his place. Courting death. A group of young Sea tribe prodigies shouted angrily. Among them, a young water ape tribe prodigy was the most irritable. With a roll of blue light, he turned into a mighty water light and rushed into the sky. City Lord Cloud Lake City, right? Come out and accept your death. I'll kill you like a dog. Under his control, dozens of violent water pillars rushed out of the cloud lake. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. The explosive power was terrifying. Qin Feng frowned and turned around. At this moment, an angry shout came from beside him. Where's the wild monkey? How dare you? My lord, let me teach this reckless beast a lesson. It was Zhong Wanwu from the Thunder Rumbling sect. At the side, many martial artists saw Zhong Wanwu. So it's Zhong Wanwu from the Thunder Rumbling sect. He is a famous young prodigy expert. His strength has already reached the second level of the Sea of Reincarnation realm. His lightning-attributed cultivation technique is extremely powerful and can restrain the water-attributed Sea tribe. Zhong Wanwu also had a fiery temper as he cultivated lightning-attributed cultivation technique. Without waiting for Qin Feng's reply, with a rumble, he turned into a ray of lightning and rushed into the city wall. Qin Feng frowned. He could see that this water ape tribe expert was extremely powerful. Although he was also at the second level of the Sea of Reincarnation realm, the water ape tribe was the descendant of the ancient water god, Wu Zhiqi. They had the bloodline of the water god. He had an extraordinary understanding and control of water divine powers and water martial skills. If they were to fight on the Cloud Lake now, Zhong Wanwu would be at a disadvantage. If this water ape activated his ancient prowess and turned into the water ape real body, he would be able to put up a fight even if a martial arts overlord came. Rumble. There was a thunder-like vibration in the sky. A ray of lightning-like saber light exploded in the sky and slashed towards Yuan Fei. Good. This saber is as fast as lightning. It already has 80% of the Thunder Rumbling Sect's 9 Extreme Thunderstorm Swift Saber. He is indeed a prodigy disciple of the Thunder Rumbling Sect. Seeing this saber, some Sea of Reincarnation realm experts couldn't help but cheer. Insignificant skill. Yuan Fei's furry thunder god face revealed a cold smile. Without any movement, he formed a seal with both his hands. Rumble. A surge of water light was born from his palms and blasted out like a cannonball. The vast and mighty water pillar rotated and crashed into the saber light. Bang! The saber light collapsed, and the thunder and lightning exploded. In the next moment, the water light broke through the lightning saber light and bombarded Zhong Wanwu's body. Zhong Wanwu's body instantly flew back like a cannonball. One move, just one move. The thunder-rumbling sex prodigy Zhong Wanwu, who was at the second level of the Sea of Reincarnation realm, was blasted away. There are 2 more updates in the afternoon. Chapter 523. The terrifying water column was like 1,000,000 tons of water compressed together, erupting with a loud bang. Bang! With the sensitive hearing of the cultivators on the city wall, they could clearly hear the sound of Zhong Wanwu's bones and flesh being washed away. With a flash of blue light, Qin Feng appeared in front of Zhong Wanwu's body, and in the next second, he returned to the city wall in a flash. This action was done in one breath. Everyone's gaze landed on Zhong Wanwu in Qin Feng's hands. Looking at Zhong Wanwu's miserable state, the cultivators' hearts trembled, and they looked at Yuan Fei with a trace of fear. At this moment, Zhong Wanwu had turned from a graceful young man into a pool of flesh and blood. A layer of his skin and flesh had been washed away, revealing his white bones and internal organs. If Zhong Wanwu was a reincarnation realm cultivator and managed to protect his internal organs at the last moment, he would have been killed in one blow. Even so, he was only left with half a life. Junior Brother Zhong. Bao Wen, Shui Haiming, and Shui Wenxiang's figures flashed past, unable to conceal the sorrow in their eyes. Their own junior brother was too miserable. That expert from the Water Ape clan was simply too savage and cruel. My lord, please save junior martial brother Zhong. Qin Feng swept a glance at Zhong Wanwu. Zhong Wanwu's injuries were severe, and he was hanging on by a thread. If it was another person, they might not be able to save Zhong Wanwu. But Qin Feng was different. He had several elixirs on him, enough to save Zhong Wanwu. Don't worry, he's my man, he won't die. Qin Feng waved his hand, and a few drops of life water condensed on his fingertips. What a rich life energy. The 3 martial overlords on the side couldn't help but feel surprised. Under Qin Feng's control, the sparkling red life water turned into drops of rain, falling on Zhong Wanwu's miserable body. Visible to the naked eye, Zhong Wanwu's 5 viscera and 6 bowels started to grow, and flesh and skin grew on his bones. Zhong Wanwu's injuries healed quickly. Although it looked like his vitality was greatly damaged, his life was saved. Bao Wen, Shui Haiming, and Shui Wenxiang were overjoyed. Around them, the Li family ancestor, Dongfang Tai, and Lu Yunlu exchanged a look of shock. This kind of elixir that could instantly heal injuries was extremely precious. This city lord actually took out a treasure for his subordinate to use without even blinking his eyes. It was really rare. Seeing that Zhong Wanwu's life was saved, Shui Wenxiang, the one with the highest cultivation among the 4 disciples of the Thunder Rumbling sect, stood up. Lord, let me go. I will definitely avenge junior martial brother Zhong. Qin Feng shook his head. There's no need for that. Leave it to me. Keep an eye on Cloud Lake City. Don't let anyone with ulterior motives disrupt the order of Cloud Lake City. After saying that, Qin Feng's figure flickered and appeared outside the city walls. Seeing Qin Feng appear, the Sea Tribe youths in the palace sneered coldly. Seeing Qin Feng appear, Yuan Fei sneered. You're that Cloud Lake City lord? You're finally willing to come out? As soon as he finished speaking, he used the same trick again. His 10 fingers quickly formed seals. In the next moment, a terrifying water column erupted from his 10 fingers. Boom! The surging water column was like the pressure of 10,000 tons of seawater, exploding in an instant. Qin Feng's expression did not change, and he stood still. This human is going to be unlucky. Seeing this, many sea tribe youths on the surface of the sea sneered. A three-eyed sea tribe youth from the Ice Eye royal family said, Yuan Fei may seem arrogant, but he's actually very careful. The 99 regions in Middle Ground have the martial arts prodigy role, and the Sea Tribe also has the Sea Boundary prodigy role. Although Yuan Fei is not on the Sea Boundary prodigy role, seriously speaking, his strength is not inferior to those Sea Tribe geniuses on the Sea Boundary prodigy role. A short member of the Sea race chuckled. Indeed, Yuan Fei has the purest bloodline of the Ancient Water Ape clan. You must know that the Ancient Water Ape is a powerful existence that can fight with a true dragon in the water. His ability to control water is superb. Hearing the short Sea Tribe youth speak, many Sea Tribe elites looked sideways with fear in their eyes. To be able to be invited by the Sea Demon Queen, everyone was a genius of the Sea Tribe. Although they were geniuses, they were divided into different levels. The strongest one was undoubtedly the first princess who came to the Hawaii Sea Dragon Palace like a moon surrounded by stars. Although the True Dragon clan was just a flood dragon with a thin bloodline, it was not something that many Sea Tribe members could compete with. Other than the first princess of Hawaii Sea, the second group was the short Sea Tribe youth, the Dicorious Sea Spirit clan, looking at Yuhualong. There was also the Demon Sunflower clan's Sunflower Water King, the Ice Eye royal family's Prince Sakura, the Spiritual Shell clan's Princess Zisha, the Whale Shark clan's young master, Hai Koen. There were a few who were slightly inferior to these three. As for the others, they were slightly weaker than these people. The Whale Shark clan's Prince Hai Koen nodded. Yuan Fei's strength is indeed extraordinary. I've heard that he once killed a deep-sea giant beast with his bare hands. The endless sea was extremely vast, and there were more living creatures than on land. Most of them were Sea Tribe ferocious beasts and savage beasts. Generally speaking, the bigger the ferocious beasts in the sea, the stronger they were. The deep-sea giant beasts were huge. Even the weakest of the deep-sea giant beasts was comparable to a martial overlord. Some of the stronger ones could even compete with supremes and demon gods. But in the next moment, the expressions of the Sea Tribe members changed. The mighty water pillar bombarded in front of Qin Feng. Just as it was about to hit Qin Feng, it suddenly froze in the next moment. Is this the Patriarch's power of the void? On the city wall, Qin Yume's eyes flickered. No, this is the absolute power of the water element. The Li family Patriarch said word by word. Qin Feng raised a hand and instantly seized control of the water column. This was the connate theurgy of ocean control. When Qin Feng forged the 9 sea gods' bones, this connate theurgy had reached the peak of the 9th level theurgy. It was only one step away from returning to its origin and becoming a true connate theurgy of origin. Boom! The terrifying water light reversed and bombarded the unprepared Yuan Fei like a cannonball. Just like Zhong Wanwu, Yuan Fei flew out with a loud bang. Seeing this scene, the many sea species martial artist had strange expressions. Someone had snatched the power of the water element from the Sea Tribe warrior. The Sea Tribe was the natural son of the sea, the favorite of the sea. This was especially true for the Ancient Water Apes, who were all experts at stirring up trouble. Even the True Dragon clan might not be able to suppress them in the Tao of Water. But now, they were suppressed by someone in the area they were best at. Did Yuan Fei perform abnormally today? Or maybe he underestimated his opponent. Or maybe this sea reincarnation realm warrior has cultivated a legendary water martial art technique. While guessing, the young men of the Sea Tribe looked at each other with strange expressions. On the side, Delongnu and the king of Polychoria looked at each other in shock. It's the sea god's body, 9 sea god's bones, the natural son of the sea, the king of the sea. One more update. Chapter 524. Yuan Fei was enraged. He was a genius of the water ape race, the overlord of the Hawaii River water system. He had never lost to anyone on the martial arts prodigy role before. But today he was defeated by someone in the aspect he was most proud of, especially in front of so many sea race geniuses. Yuan Fei was enraged by this humiliation. Roar! A ferocious roar filled the air. The water in the cloud lake exploded as if a bomb had been dropped. A giant water ape that was dozens of feet tall appeared, and an aura that surpassed that of a martial arts giant shot out like an arrow. Boom! With a flash of blue light, a giant fist appeared in front of Qin Feng. Yuan Fei's expression was ferocious, and the murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible. This time, he was confident that he could kill Lin Fan, so he activated his water ape true body. The ancient water ape was born with immense strength and could move mountains. Even a deep-sea ancient beast would not be able to withstand this punch. This punch was earth-shattering. The powerful force shattered the sky, and the void seemed to be frozen and blasted open. Chaos, water, calamity, grand theurgy. Qin Feng was still in midair. He stretched out a hand, and a vast amount of yuan qi was attracted from all directions, turning into a deep and majestic ocean. Perhaps because he was in a water-type place like the Cloud Lake, the chaos water calamity grand theurgy was much more powerful. Compared to ordinary places, it was several times larger, perhaps even more than 10 times larger. The giant fist struck the water ball formed by the chaos water calamity, and it was assimilated, dissolved, broken, and worn down by the rotating force. Yuan Fei was horrified. He felt that his fist had hit a whirlpool, and his arm was sucked in by an indescribable and terrifying suction force. He was about to shake off the giant whirlpool. Just then, a dazzling sword light rose from the water ball. The sword light was chilling to the soul, and a great fear was born. Save me. Before he could say the word, the sword light circled around Yuan Fei's head. Pucci! Blood spurted into the sky. The fear on the ape's face froze on its face. After killing Yuan Fei with one sword, Qin Feng stood where he was and held the North Sea divine water sword in his hand. It was as if he had killed a pig, a dog, a cow, or a sheep with one sword. Boom! The ancient water ape's body, which was over 100 feet tall, collapsed and sank into the cloud lake, causing huge waves to erupt. The water ape's blood essence flowed into the cloud lake. Qin Feng wanted to put away the water ape true body. Unfortunately, there were too many people here, and with the sea race eyeing him covetously, he couldn't do it right away. He felt that it was a pity. On the other side, after seeing Yuan Fei die, a strange silence appeared in the field for a short while. Yuan Fei was dead. This insufferably arrogant prodigy of the sea race who possessed the pure bloodline of the ancient water ape had actually died. 2 moves. In just 2 moves, Yuan Fei's head was separated from his body. Regardless of whether it was the sea tribe's supreme talents or the martial arts powerhouses on the city wall, all of them widened their eyes in disbelief. But Yuan Fei, he was not some nameless existence. The ancient water apes were originally a warrior race. In the sky, they controlled a few types of acquired true water that were abnormally powerful. Previously, the famous genius of the Thunder Rumbling sect, Zhong Wanwu, was unable to withstand a single blow from this prodigy of the water ape race. On the city wall, the 3 martial arts powerhouses looked at each other with extremely solemn expressions. In all fairness, even if they were the ones who went up, they might not be able to withstand the water ape's punch. Not only did Qin Feng block it easily, but he also had the strength to use his sword to kill it. What a terrifying water-type superpower. What a fast sword. Seeing that Qin Feng had killed Yuan Fei, the whale shark race, who was the host, looked at Hai Kuan with an ugly expression. Although the Sea Tribe's prodigies were invited by the Siren Queen, they were invited by the whale shark race to hunt in Cloud Lake City. Obviously, he was dead. How was he going to explain this to the water ape race? His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he roared. Little B Asterisk starred. How dare you kill an expert of the water ape race? You deserve to die. Hearing that, Qin Feng's gaze fell on Hai Kuan. Qin Feng sneered. So, it's an expert of the whale shark race. Do you want to take revenge? If you have the guts, come up and fight me one-on-one. I'll keep you company. Hai Kuan's face turned cold, and his eyes turned red. "You're courting death." Just as he was about to step forward, a figure blocked his path. It was a handsome young man of a sea tribe with a head of flowing white hair. His smooth and white face was cold and handsome with sharp edges. His dark and deep eyes had a charming luster. Those thick eyebrows, tall nose, and beautiful lips were all showing off elegance and nobility. This was not a human. This was simply a Prince Charming in fairy tales. He wore a headdress on his head, and an ocean blue diamond-shaped gem covered his forehead. Among the group, many beautiful young ladies of the sea tribe looked at him with a trace of infatuation in their eyes. Even Delongnu's beautiful eyes took a few more glances at him. The king of the Ice Eye royal family, Indra, the most handsome man of the sea tribe. The Ice Eye royal family was born with 3 eyes, and they were a branch of the ancient Ice tribe. They were born with the ability to control the power of ice. This tribe was also known as the Dishi clan. Although the strength of this tribe could not compare to a first-rate force like the Hawaii Sea Dragon Palace, it was still a top existence among the second-rate forces. This was mainly because the population of the Ice Eye royal family was too small. If they had more people, they might not be weaker than a first-rate force like the Hawaii Sea Dragon Palace. This tribe had always been hidden in the ice ocean since ancient times and kept a very low profile. This time, it was also because the elders of the Ice Eye royal family sensed the appearance of the group temple that they broke out of their seal and came out. Indra pressed down on Haikuin's shoulder, and a low and magnetic voice sounded. "Don't be fooled. This is not a place for one-on-one fights. We're here to hunt, not to fight." Qin Feng sneered. "You little white face, aren't you called the prodigies of the sea tribe? Aren't you clamoring to teach us two-legged sheep a lesson? What, are you scared now?" Haikuin was furious. He was the prince of the whale shark clan. How could he be afraid of a two-legged sheep? Although he knew that this was Qin Feng's way of provoking him, he still couldn't help but want to rush up. "Haikuin, don't pay attention to this person. Even one-on-one fights need timing. We'll first break through Cloud Lake City. If he wants to fight one-on-one, we'll accompany him to the end." The one who spoke was the Devil Sunflower clan's Devil Sunflower King. This was a man with sinister features. He was dressed in black as ink, and the aura on his body was very strange. Seeing this person, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect that there would be a Devil Sunflower clan expert this time. Then, a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. The Devil Sunflower clan was a strong tribe in the deep sea. They were born with water and wood magical powers. Together with the Vine Dragon clan, they were the 2 great water and wood royal clans of the sea. The power of the Devil Sunflower was best at erosion. If one were to say who was the biggest threat to Cloud Lake City, it would be this Devil Sunflower clan expert. The erosion power of the Devil Sunflower clan was the nemesis of seals, formations, and the like. At this moment, Qin Feng was relying on the power support provided by the Cloud Lake City's Great Formation. Otherwise, if it wasn't so, where would he get the courage to talk to 2 martial arts powerhouses and more than 10 martial arts giants? "We must find a way to kill this Devil Sunflower clan expert." His expression didn't change. Sakura seemed to have seen through Qin Feng's thoughts. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, pay attention to protect the Devil Sunflower King. This person has the support of the Cloud Lake City's Great Formation. He's focused on hiding, and his intentions are not strange." After saying that, he bowed to a martial arts powerhouse in the sky and said, "If we want to break through Cloud Lake City, we must let the Devil Sunflower King break through his Great Formation. Senior, please protect him. Don't let him behead the Devil Sunflower King." "Okay." The Sea Race powerhouse nodded and appeared beside the Devil Sunflower King. Qin Feng's face darkened. Chapter 5:25. Can you defend against it? Qin Feng's boundless galaxy true force combined with a level 7 Xian formation. A mighty power vibrated on the surface of his body and connected with all the true chi within 1,000 miles. Kill brave warriors of the whale shark clan. Destroy the Cloud Lake City for me. At this moment, Haikuin could no longer suppress the killing intent in his heart. The 12 martial overlord sea generals controlled the giant waves. Thousands of torrents erupted from the Cloud Lake. On the towering water pillars, the 12 sea generals attacked with the Origin True Force unique to martial overlords. The Origin True Force contained a trace of the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth was the most peculiar power in the world. Its quality was even above the Void True Force. The 12 sea generals attacked with all their might. 12 water balls floated above the palms of the 12 sea generals. The terrifying power fluctuations were shocking. The water balls were so dense that they contained the power of heaven and earth. It was as if a miniature water world was formed in the water balls. Once hit, one would definitely be smashed to pieces. Seeing the 12 sea generals attack, many martial artists on the city wall became nervous. If the city defense array was broken, what awaited them would not be good. Boom! At this moment, there was also a surge of water, true chi, in Qin Feng's hands. His hands quickly formed seals. In terms of defensive abilities, the strongest one Qin Feng had was none other than the innate yin-yang divine picture. Then there was the chaos calamity great divine art, and the chaos earth calamity of the 5 sacred mountains. But Qin Feng's divine art fluctuations were clearly not of these two types. Amidst the seals, the surging true power of the Milky Way gushed out and transformed into ancient runes. These ancient runes were all related to water. Among the runes, countless martial artists seemed to see the evolution of the water element of heaven and earth and the surging divine sea. One by one, runes appeared like a torrent, forming a watery mountain above Qin Feng's palm. In the next moment, Qin Feng frowned. He felt that there was something wrong with this water divine mountain. In the next moment, Qin Feng's heart stirred, and he glanced at the Cloud Lake. A water-type divine mountain suddenly collapsed, and under Qin Feng's transformation, it shockingly transformed into the image of a huge lake. Qin Feng felt that it was somewhat rigid in the form of mountains. Water is impermanent, and water is impermanent. It shouldn't be limited to the shape of a mountain. As the water-type sacred mountain evolved into the shape of a lake, the extremely rich water origin energy seemed to have sensed something and gathered like a river towards the water-type lake that Qin Feng had created. Rumble. The 12 ocean generals shot out 12 water balls at the same time. Rumble. The Cloud Lake, transformed from the water-type divine mountain, suddenly began to expand, becoming tens of times larger and covering the entire sky. An extremely vast power fluctuated within the lake. It could explode at any moment. He actually blocked it. The expressions of the 12 ocean generals changed drastically. Qin Feng's face was cold and indifferent. His enormous true soul urged the water element divine mountain to transform, refining, accommodating, and swallowing the 12 water balls. The tyrannical power of the true soul showed its benefits. After merging all the power, Qin Feng revealed a cold smile. The primal chaos lake that had merged the 12 water balls. Light flowed in his eyes as Qin Feng's vast galaxy true force was refined and compressed. Not long after, a pigeon egg-sized water pillar was formed in his palm. This was the full power of the 12 ocean generals combined with all the power of the water-type divine mountain to form a water droplet. An extremely unstable power leaked out from the water droplet. Rumble. The terrifying power shook the void, causing the void to distort and change irregularly. The destructive power leaked out, causing waves to surge uneasily in the Cloud Lake City. Feeling the terrifying power, the group of martial artists on the city wall watched this scene with their mouths agape. The 3 martial Dao magnates were shocked speechless. How can a sea reincarnation realm martial artist control such a terrifying power? The 12 ocean generals faced Qin Feng's gaze, and their expressions were extremely nervous. Their gazes were locked onto the small water ball in the black-clothed youth's palm that was constantly changing. A destructive power was being nurtured. At this time, taking advantage of the 12 ocean generals' entanglement, Delongnu, Haikun, Sakura, and the other sea race prodigies, along with the Sunflower Water King, had already arrived at the edge of the beach not far from the foot of the Cloud Lake City under the escort of a martial Dao expert. It was only a few dozen steps away from the city wall. Good. As long as we get close to the city wall and come into contact with the light shield emitted by the city protection array, no matter how powerful the array is, I am confident that I can break it in a short time. The Sunflower Water King was very confident. A pitch-black Devil Sunflower True Force surged in his hand, and a strange bracelet with pitch-black patterns appeared on his wrist. The Devil Sunflower's true power passed through the strange bracelet and seemed to have been amplified by 10 times. The pitch-black Devil Sunflower's true power bombarded the city protecting Array Formation's light barrier, causing the city protecting Array Formation's light barrier to tremble intensely. A black spot formed on the light shield where it was hit. Haikuin, Princess Zisha, and Yu Hualong were secretly shocked. The Devil Sunflower True Force was indeed terrifying. Delongnu's beautiful eyes were focused on the strange black bracelet on the Sunflower Water King's wrist. It's a false true tool, and it's a false true tool that can amplify the Devil Sunflower Tribe's true force. She pondered in her heart. Seems like this Sunflower Water King's position in the Devil Sunflower Tribe isn't low. Just at this moment, she raised her head and saw Qin Feng compressing all the water balls that the 12 sea generals had exploded. Her expression changed, and her figure instantly disappeared. Di Shi Tian, Princess Zisha, and Yu Hualong's eyes flickered violently, and they disappeared in a split second. How dare you? Haikuin, Sunflower Water King, and the rest were one step slower. The Almighty of the Sea Race had already noticed the water ball in Qin Feng's palm, but he didn't expect Qin Feng to throw the water ball out so quickly, and his target was even locked onto them. In the midst of his angry roar, a huge force that pierced through the blue dome of heaven exploded from his body, directly bombarding the water ball that was speeding through the void. This small water ball was like the compressed power of the sea, and it was suddenly released. Boom! A huge explosion resounded on the beach. Heaven and earth lost all sound. The raging power instantly entangled the 20 or so sea race heaven's prides that hadn't escaped and drowned that almighty of the sea race. Rumble. Like a chain reaction, extremely fine water elemental energy shone from the center. When the power of billions of tons of seawater was compressed to the extreme, it suddenly expanded, and the released power stirred up the entire Cloud Lake. The huge energy explosion caused the entire Cloud Lake City to shake violently. It was like a magnitude 18 earthquake. The entire Cloud Lake City was shaking, and the sky was falling, and the earth was splitting. Water overflowed the sky. In the first instant, the water pillar released by the Almighty of the Sea Race was crushed. In the second instant, the 20 or so sea race heaven's prides, including Sunflower Water King and Haikuin, were torn into pieces by the raging power. In the third instant, the Almighty of the Sea Race was hit by the raging power. His face turned white, and his body was blasted several thousand zhang away, disappearing like a cannonball. Chapter 5:26. Boom! With the Cloud Lake City as the center, huge waves surged in the vast Cloud Lake. In the Cloud Lake, the Whale Shark Palace and the Ocean Lake Palace shook violently. The water tribes underwater were in a constant state of panic. Several faint flowing lights crossed thousands of feet, passed through the huge waves, and appeared in the sky. Delongnu, Sakura, Yu Hualong, and Princess Zisha were scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale, as if their vitality was greatly damaged. If they hadn't sensed the change in advance and used the secret method to leave, they would have ended up like Haikuin, Sunflower Water King, and the others. That was close. If we hadn't been half a step faster, we might have fallen into the hands of the city master of the Cloud Lake City. It's hard to imagine how he could control such a terrifying power. Princess Shah's beautiful face showed a trace of breathtaking weakness when she thought of the situation just now. Yu Hualong looked up and stared at Qin Feng. He might be the reincarnation of a powerful being's true soul. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control such a huge power with a Sea of Reincarnation Realm body. To a Sea of Reincarnation Realm warrior, this power is like a baby wielding 1,000 pounds of force. Only a powerful being or the reincarnation of a supreme being's true soul can perfectly control such power. Yu Hualong's face was gloomy. The blue polychoria in his pupils were rolling, which was extremely terrifying. He almost died just now. If he hadn't been born with a pair of eyes different from the other sea tribes, he would have died. Sakura still looked indifferent, as if the situation just now was normal to him. He had experienced life and death many times. The Ice Eye's royal family had been fighting with ferocious beasts outside the ice ocean since he was young. He had experienced life and death situations like eating a meal. Hearing their guesses, his face was indifferent. Maybe, but no matter what, this man is definitely qualified to be on the martial arts prodigy list. Isn't this interesting? With such an opponent, we won't be lonely on the path of martial arts. The Longnu glanced sideways at Sakura. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a smile. That's right. What an opponent. My blood is boiling. I'm looking forward to meeting him in the Continental Martial Arts Prodigy Competition next year. The Continental Martial Arts Prodigy Competition. Yu Hualong's eyes. Princess Shah's eyes were shining. Yu Hualong said, however, it's a pity that the experts of the Ling of Gojoseon clan, Demonic Sea clan, and Kuan-Ling clan were all killed in one strike. Princess Shah rolled her eyes. What's so pitiful about it? Although these guys are the backbone of the various clans in the sea, there's still some distance away from the core. We're not like that either. If we weren't like that, why would those old guys in the clan let us out? The fact that we're able to come out means that even if we die, the clan won't be affected. Sakura, De Longnu, and the rest were silent as a trace of sadness flashed across their eyes. Right, if it wasn't like this, how could they have traveled a great distance to participate in the Azure Forest banquet for the sake of that trace of survival? I have to enter the Sea Spirit world this time. This is the only chance to close the gap between the Martial Arts Prodigy list and the Sea Realm Prodigy list. Brother, the Crown Prince of the Ice Clan. Indra's eyes were cold. Rumble. Within the Cloud Lake, a massive torrent swept out. Vast and mighty, wind and rain filled the sky. Bastard. In the midst of the explosion, there was a slight roar. A powerful figure of the Sea Clan, with disheveled hair and wounds all over his body, rushed out. He turned into a stream of light that pierced through the clouds and came in front of Qin Feng. That huge explosion only caused some minor injuries to him. A huge force rushed directly into the depths of Qin Feng's soul through the void, causing his soul to feel like it was about to shatter. Rumble. An invisible, earthy yellow force exuded from Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng turned into a black hole as the power of the entire city protection array condensed in front of him. The power of the Earth Sacred Mountain. An earthy yellow sacred mountain appeared in front of him. Bang! 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 The powerful figure of the Sea Clan punched. The power of a powerful martial artist surged. This punch was enough to smash a mountain with great potential. Buzz. The Earth's sacred mountain erupted with a power that could suppress heaven and earth. When the fist was a few hundred feet away from the Earth's sacred mountain, it was as if the gravity had increased by 100 times. The expression of the powerful figure of the Sea Clan slowed down involuntarily. Qin Feng's expression did not change as a steady stream of galaxy true force surged into the Earth's sacred mountain. At the same time, all the pores on his body were absorbing the power provided by the level 7 array formation of the Cloud Lake City. The earthy yellow light emitted by the Earth's sacred mountain was so intense that it seemed to have materialized and dyed the void yellow. Under the suppression of the Earth's sacred mountain, the rich, earthy yellow Earth essence energy condensed. The heavy Earth essence energy gathered like a stubborn rock. Rumble. The power of a powerful martial artist was abnormally terrifying. The edge of the Earth's sacred mountain began to crack inch by inch. It cracked like a spiderweb and fell. Qin Feng did not panic. Now that his soul had recovered to the level of a first tribulation mighty figure, although his physical body was insufficient, he was not afraid with the level 7 array formation as his backing. He clawed with his 5 fingers, and surging essence energy descended from the sky. Rumble. The Earth's sacred mountain was almost materialized. Buzz. The Earth's sacred mountain shook. Qin Feng suddenly seemed to have become the 5 mountain gods in the Earth God mystic realm. The imprint engraved in the deepest part of his soul was activated as he extended his palm. With the cloud lake as the center, all the essence energy within 1,000 miles was extracted and turned into the power of 1,000 mountains. A huge earthy yellow hand covered the sky and slapped towards the powerful figure of the Sea Clan. Boom! The powerful figure of the Sea Clan had a drastic change of expression. With a roar, he drew out the body of the ancient whale shark. It was dozens of feet long, and its scales were sparkling with blue light. Roar! There was an ancient roar. Amidst the ancient roar, endless water essence energy gathered. Its body turned into a black shuttle and penetrated the void. Its ferocious nature was revealed as it blasted towards the palm. The ancient whale shark controlled the first essence true water, one of the 36 types of acquired true waters. A drop of the first essence true water had the power of a lake. It was truly shocking to have so much first essence true water. On the side, Delongnu, Sakura, Yu Hualong, Princess Zisha, and even Dongfang Tai, Lu Yunlu, and the Li family patriarch were all dumbfounded. Even their souls were trembling. Boom! The huge palm descended like an ancient sacred mountain. Crack! Crack! The ferocious ancient whale shark crashed into the palm. It was as if the ancient god of water had crashed into a heavenly pillar. Heaven and earth shook as if the sky was going to collapse in the next moment. Everyone in the Cloud Lake City was terrified, just when everyone thought that the huge palm was going to be penetrated. In the next moment, Qin Feng suddenly pressed down. The Earth's sacred mountain shone brightly and pressed the powerful figure of the Sea Clan down towards the Cloud Lake. Boom! It was as if the huge palm had slapped the Cloud Lake. Rumble! Everything within a radius of dozens of miles exploded. Buzz! The bottom of the Cloud Lake was exposed and cracked. Chapter 5:27. Rumble. The huge palm pressed into the Cloud Lake, absorbing the turbid air from the depths of the earth. Soon, it turned into a mountain. The mountain seemed to have merged with the Cloud Lake, taking root and connecting with the earth veins. It grew taller at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! 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 Dull sounds came from the earth. The sea race expert was shaking violently. Indistinct roars came from the earth. Qin Feng sneered. He poured in the chaotic earth tribulation energy, and his 5 fingers turned into 5 mountains. At the same time, he used a supreme ability to open up the earth veins, forming a mysterious formation. Rumble. No matter how the Sea Clan's almighty attacked, the earthen yellow light surged. It was like a mountain range superimposed on the 5 mountain ranges, suppressing the Sea Clan's almighty. Rumble. The water rippled. Above the Cloud Lake, a huge mountain suddenly appeared. It towered into the clouds, surrounded by clouds. He could really summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. Delongnu, Princess Zisha, Yu Hualong, and Sakura were shocked, creating things with supernatural powers. This was the ability of a top martial arts expert. On the city wall, Dongfang Tai, Lu Yunlu, and a Li family ancestor were stunned. This kind of method was simply sensational. He was almost like a legendary god. You bastard! The remaining martial Dao expert gritted his teeth as he watched the scene unfold. With his eyes, How could he not see that these 5 mountain peaks were a powerful and unfathomable profound formation? The aura from the Xian formation shocked even him. It's terrifying. No wonder he can control the powerful defensive formation with a sea reincarnation realm body. His attainment in formations is so high. He can set up a formation with a flip of his hand. This ability seems to be only possessed by a legendary formation grandmaster. The hearts of the remaining oceanic tribe mighty beings were filled with rage. This person is at least the reincarnation of a supreme expert. He might even be an ancient supreme expert. This sea race expert knew some secrets. The great era had arrived. Many ancient supreme experts who used secret techniques to seal themselves had reincarnated. There were even demon gods and demon gods who had fallen. Fear flashed in his eyes. He was very clear that at this moment, he had no way to deal with Qin Feng, who was in such a state. Below the Cloud Lake, hundreds of miles away, there were 3 pairs of eyes looking in the direction of Cloud Lake City. The Yin crocodile, the water ape, and the ghost crab all stared in the direction of the Cloud Lake City in fear. The 3 ocean generals each ruled over hundreds of miles of water in Cloud Lake City. They held high positions and were powerful. They had many soldiers under their command and could be considered as overlords. However, the expressions of the 3 sea generals were very different from their usual expressions. He's so strong. Those guys from the Sea Demon clan who collect intelligence are the best at all things. They actually sent the 3 of us to deal with a martial arts heaven's pride that was reincarnated from ancient times. This is simply sending us to our deaths. The Yin crocodile clenched its teeth, its sinister face filled with resentment. Water ape and ghost crab also had lingering fear on their faces. If they had rushed forward just now, they would have most likely been slapped to death like that whale shark tri-mighty figure. This city lord from Xingqian school is probably not inferior to those terrifying existences on the martial arts heaven's pride roll in terms of combat strength, other than his cultivation realm. This Xingqian school is really full of talents. 50 years ago, there was that peerless figure from Gaia. Now, there's another genius. Water ape looked worried. The sea demons were practically neighbors to Xingqian school. One mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. If not for the Sea God Canyon connecting to the Hawaii Sea and the current Sea Demon Queen's efforts, the Sea Demon clan would have been suppressed by Xingqian school to the point of suffocation. Now, the situation was just a little better. Xingqian school's generation of geniuses had exploded like a geyser. The pressure was immense. Sigh, we're no use here. Let's retreat. Ghost Crab's face was covered with a green face and fangs, looking very creepy. For us, the most important thing now is to wait for the opening of the Sea Spirit World. Open the Sea Spirit World and awaken the sleeping ancestors in the Ancestral God Temple. When the time comes, Xingqian school will be no match for us. Our Sea clan may be able to go ashore and occupy a wider world. The 3 sea generals looked at each other and quietly went into the depths of the Cloud Lake. At the same time, DeLong Nu, Yu Hualong, Princess Xia, and Sakura also quietly retreated. The 4 of them had the same thought. They waited for the opening of the Sea Spirit World and entered it. The Sea Spirit World was a rare opportunity for all the powerhouses who participated in the Azure Forest Banquet. A chance to break through the Nirvana realm. We can't do it. Let's go. Looking at the 5 island-like peaks that poked out of the water, the remaining whale shark tri-mighty figure decided to retreat after weighing the pros and cons for a moment. Hearing this, the 12 sea generals of the whale shark tribe breathed a sigh of relief. If they were to go up and fight Qin Feng head-on, although they would obey the order, they would not be able to withstand it. Qin Feng was supported by the power of the city defense array. Unless it was a martial sage of the 4th tribulation or above, no one could break through a level 7 array. The whale shark tribe mighty figure came quickly and left even faster. Qin Feng coldly looked at the whale shark tribe mighty figure leaving. He wanted to attack several times, but he knew that the power in his body was not his. His realm was still at the peak of the sea reincarnation realm. It was easy to defeat these sea generals and even that mighty figure, but it was difficult to kill or suppress them. If he could not win, he could run. It was not like the previous mighty figure who was suppressed by silence because he fought to the death with him. The Cloud Lake calmed down in the blink of an eye. If it were not for the 5 towering peaks, the collapsed beach, and the small lake that appeared on the beach, everyone would be dead. Everyone on the city wall would think it was a dream. It's too scary. The warriors who participated in the defense of the city were still immersed in the battle just now and could not extricate themselves. The warriors of the 12 great clans and the 3 great chambers of commerce looked at Qin Feng as if they were looking at a god. They could not suppress their reverence and fanaticism. On the side, the Cloud Lake City Ranking Association's Dongfang Tai, the Cloud Lake Void Market's Lu Yunlu, and the Li family's Patriarch all had serious expressions. Among the people present, some of the more sensitive people in power knew that the Cloud Lake City would undergo earth-shattering changes in a short period of time. A colossus had risen. A colossus had risen. The 4 great clans were completely finished. The Li family's Patriarch, and many of the Li family's disciples revealed a kind of expression in their eyes. The joy of surviving a disaster. This time, if not for their Patriarch's insistence on walking up the city wall tower, the Li family ship would have sunk together with the 4 great clans. In a corner of the city wall tower, the Qin family's elders were so excited that their bodies were trembling. In the city wall tower, the Qin family's elders were so excited that their bodies were trembling. The Qin family's 1,000-year foundation was built today. The Cloud Lake City's Qin family's hegemony was as stable as a rock. Chapter 528. With a living ancestor like Qin Feng had a high chance of becoming a vassal family, or even an emperor family. The Qin family members straightened their backs. Seeing this scene, many experts from the family clans cursed inwardly. The Qin family members did not have such confidence before. All of them were extremely humble and pretended to be subservient. Now they were arrogant. With envy on their faces, all the warriors on the city wall looked at the black-robed young man with respect. Qin Feng glanced at his master and said, "Everyone, I am very grateful. Everyone, I am very grateful to all of you for standing on the city walls without fear of death. I thank all of you on behalf of the millions of citizens of Cloud Lake City." The Li family ancestor laughed. "City Lord, you are too polite. As warriors of Cloud Lake City, we should contribute to the stability of Cloud Lake City. After all, this is our home. Moreover, from the beginning until now, the Whale Shark clan's experts were able to retreat and Cloud Lake City was able to defend. It was all because of the City Lord. How can we be greedy?" Lu Yunlu, the owner of Cloud Lake City's Void Marketplace, said, "That's right, old Monsterly. I don't usually find the 5 great families pleasing to the eye, but today I will look at you in a different light, as long as you don't embarrass the Li family ancestor." At this point, the warriors on the city wall were filled with endless anger towards the other 4 great families. At this juncture, it was fine if the Gao, Qi, Ling, and Wang families did not want to contribute to Cloud Lake City. If it was just to protect themselves, they would at most have some complaints and would not be too resentful. It was just that the 4 great families were too unbearable. Previously, everyone did not know, but now that the Whale Shark clan's army had retreated, everyone knew that the 4 great families had taken advantage of the fact that everyone was busy fighting against the Whale Shark clan. They had burned, killed, and plundered all the territories of many of the major forces present. This action had infuriated the leaders of the various forces present. Qin Feng spoke at the right time. "Everyone, don't worry. The 4 great families will bring about their own destruction for their unjust deeds." Looking at the raging crowd, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a bone-deep killing intent. "In the past, I have turned a blind eye to the 4 great clans' contributions to the development of Cloud Lake City. But now that I've seen them, I've been too merciful. These people are greedy and don't care about the big picture. It's one thing to see the millions of people in Cloud Lake City suffer, but they want to take advantage of the chaos and profit from it. They don't care about the safety of the city. This kind of family deserves to die. Everyone nodded to themselves. If it were any other time, they might have some complaints if Qin Feng wiped out the four great clans. But now, the actions of the four great clans had truly caused them to despise them. Of course, the most important thing was that the four great clans had embezzled their assets and interests. In the corner, Qin Xingyun, Qin Xinghong, and Qin Xinyue exchanged a glance, secretly praising their patriarch's brilliant methods. If they got rid of the four great families now, not only would they be able to minimize the negative impact, but they would also be able to gain a lot of support from the people of Cloud Lake City. Rumble. Like a cannonball, Qin Feng appeared in the air above the Qi family mansion in a flash of light. In the Qi family mansion, the Qi family patriarch's face was filled with pride. In less than half a day, the Qi family had already taken advantage of the chaos to take over a large territory. Because most of the cultivators had rushed to the city gate towers, the defenses of these territories were empty. They didn't need to do much to take over these treasured lands. Luring the Whale Shark clan to take action can be said to kill several birds with one stone. Not only can we get rid of that hothead, but we can also wipe out many hidden competitors and potential enemies of the family. The Qi family's ancestor is indeed brilliant. Marrying someone from a Sea Demon clan back then was a brilliant move. No one would have thought that our Qi family has the bloodline of the Sea Demon clan. Qi Kaishan was feeling proud. At this moment, a battered and exhausted figure ran in from the outer gate. Patriarch, bad news. The Whale Shark clan's experts have been defeated. They retreated. What? Qi Kaishan's expression changed drastically. How did the Whale Shark clan lose? Did something happen and the Whale Shark clan change the time? No, it's the City Lord. The City Lord defeated the Whale Shark clan alone and even suppressed an elder of the Whale Shark clan. How is this possible? Qi Kaishan was stunned. He had come into contact with the Whale Shark clan's elder once, so he clearly knew how powerful the Whale Shark clan's elder was. That was an almighty-level expert. How could a young boy like Qin Feng defeat an expert of the Whale Shark clan? Wasn't this a fantasy? Qi Kaishan, get out here. At this moment, a loud voice came from the sky above Cloud Lake City. Qin Feng, hearing this voice, Qi Kaishan's face turned red and a surge of anger rose from the bottom of his heart. However, in the next moment, his legs went soft. In a panic, Qi Kaishan dashed out of the hall. So it's City Lord Qin. Greetings, greetings. He groaned inwardly as he looked at the devil-like figure in the sky. Qi Kaishan was almost lying on the ground. Qi Kaishan, you ignored the interests of Cloud Lake City and betrayed the city to collude with the Whale Shark clan. Now that the evidence is conclusive, will you commit suicide or will I personally wipe out your entire clan? Qin Feng went straight to the point. Qi Kaishan's eyes flickered. Then, his expression changed and he cried out loudly. City Lord Qin, you've misunderstood. Qi Kaishan. Qin Feng knew the tricks of these clans too well. They turned big things into small things and small things into nothing. There were too many ways to twist the truth. He was too lazy to be long-winded. A golden light appeared in his hand. The Chaos Gold Calamity of the Chaos, 5 Elements Calamity. Tens of thousands of golden lights turned into tens of thousands of sharp swords in the void and fell. Qi Kaishan was shocked. He gritted his teeth slightly and turned into an icy blue stream of light, rushing toward the backyard without caring about his family. How can I let you escape? Qin Feng's eyes were cold. He mobilized the power of the formation. Qi Kaishan, who was running with all his might, turned pale and couldn't move at all. His body froze in midair. The Chaos Gold Calamity turned into a sword light and slashed down, splitting Qi Kaishan in half from top to bottom. Sensing the commotion outside, many of the Qi clan's martial artists hurriedly fled outside, trying to avoid the disaster. The sword light was like a shower. The power of the formation imprisoned the Qi clan's martial artists, and they couldn't move at all. The sword light turned and a soft sound was heard. The entire Qi clan turned into a ghost town. Boom! Damn bastard! How dare you slaughter my Chi clan? I'll skin you and eat your flesh. A stone mountain in the back of the mountain exploded. Accompanied by a thunderous roar of resentment, a voice came out. A power that could pierce the sky erupted and shot toward Qin. It was the Qi clan's patriarch, Qi Qinxiu, a mid-stage martial overlord expert. He had been stabilizing his cultivation base and condensing his inner world under the stone mountain. He felt his bloodline disappear. Enraged, he rushed out. Qin Feng's expression didn't change. He stretched out a hand and pressed the void. Qi Qinxiu's body froze in the void. This power! Qi Qinxiu was instantly awakened from his rage. He was terrified. In the next moment, a vast sword light appeared in front of him and slashed his body like lightning. Crack! Accompanied by a cry of pain, the two halves of his body broke and fell to the ground. His vitality and even his soul were wiped out by the sword. Qi Qinxiu's eyes widened. Even until his death, he couldn't figure out how he died. In order to coordinate with the QQ reading, I'll post less in the next 2 days. There will be a big explosion on the 16th or 17th. Chapter 529. Annihilating the Qi family was just the beginning. Next was the Gao family and the Lin family. Only Wang Yin of the Wang family was killed. With the city protecting a ray formation as his trump card, annihilating these 4 families was nothing to Qin Feng. 4 families were annihilated in a single day. If it was in the past, Cloud Lake City would be in an uproar. But now, Cloud Lake City was very quiet. Many forces were already mentally prepared for the annihilation of the 4 families. The various forces send out their subordinates to appease their subordinates and warn their cultivators. Although they had the strength to covet the territories vacated by the 4 families, no one dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. The Qin family took the opportunity to take over a large area of property and rapidly grew stronger. Of course, the Qin family would not take all the benefits for themselves. If the Qin clan were to eat meat, then the 12 noble clans and the 3 merchant associations would be able to drink some soup. When the water was too clear, there would be no fish. Qin Feng understood this principle. If he took all the benefits for himself, even if the leaders of the other forces would not complain because of his strength, it would inevitably leave behind hidden dangers. Moreover, with Qin Feng's current manpower and resources, it was realistic for him to take all of it. Qin Feng did not want to bother too much with the Qin family's trivial matters. After handing over the matters to Qin Qingyun, Qin Qinghong, and Qin Qingyue, Qin Feng became a hands-off boss. Since he had absolute strength, Qin Feng was not afraid of the 3 elders seizing power and playing tricks. Putting these trivial matters aside, Qin Feng focused on comprehending the void's profundity and secretly kept an eye on the Azure Forest Banquet. With Su Qiqi's serious reminder, Qin Feng felt that the Azure Forest Banquet would not be simple. In Cloud Lake, the Sea Fiend Palace, the whale shark race's territory, the 4 elders' faces were gloomy. Bang! A dignified, middle-aged man grabbed a wine cup, and the wine cup shattered with a loud bang. Arrogant! This brat is extremely arrogant. How dare he kill my guests and suppress my elders? This Qin Feng is courting death. The whale shark king, Hai Sha, felt his eyes darken and his lungs explode. More than 20 sea race prodigies had participated in the whale shark race's hunt and were killed during the hunt. These 20 or so sea race prodigies were all outstanding elites of their respective races. How was he going to explain this to the other races? These sea race prodigies had extraordinary backgrounds and were not the little ancestor. All of them had great backgrounds. There were even first-rate overlords of the sea race. This time, the whale shark clan was destined to bleed. Sea Sand hated Qin Feng to the core. Gather the troops for me. I'm going to flatten Cloud Lake City. I'm going to skin that yellow-hair brat personally and extract his strength. A thunderous voice resounded throughout the Sea Fiend Palace. Sea Sand's rank 2 almighty power wreaked havoc. The Sea Fiend Palace within a radius of several hundred miles shook violently. Many whale shark clansmen had terrified looks on their faces. A brutal and terrifying killing intent almost froze the souls of the experts in the Sea Fiend Palace. "Your Majesty, wait." Right at this moment, an aged voice sounded out. There was an undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Countless amounts of Kuei water, Yuan Qi, flowed. In the Sea Fiend Palace, in front of the throne, a dignified old man wearing a blue robe with blue hair and beard appeared. "Great Elder." Seeing the newcomer, the Whale Shark King's face hardened. "Haining, you dare stop me?" An ominous light split the void. The newcomer was the Great Elder of the Whale Shark clan. In terms of status and cultivation, Great Elder Haining was not inferior to the Whale Shark King. The four elders looked respectful. With a wave of the sapphire scepter in his hand, he easily dispelled the terrifying aura. The Great Elder of the Sea Race said, "Your Majesty, don't forget about the opening of the Sea Spirit World." "Of course not." The Whale Shark King's face changed. The Sea Spirit World was a mysterious country in the legends of the Sea Race. In ancient times, the ancestors of various clans disappeared. It was rumored that they had entered the Sea Spirit World to sleep. There was a legend that had been circulating among the Sea Race. When the Great Era came, the Sea Spirit World would appear. The experts of various clans sleeping in the Sea Spirit World would awaken and lead the Sea Race to glory. In the records of the Whale Shark clan, there seemed to be two ancestors of the Whale Shark clan who were sleeping in the Sea Spirit World. For countless years, the experts of the Sea Race had been searching for the whereabouts of the Sea Spirit World. They knew that the Sea Spirit World only recently showed signs of its appearance. "Your Majesty, it's best that you didn't forget. Once the Sea Spirit World appears, I'm afraid that the experts of various clans will enter to welcome the ancestors back." According to the information left behind by the two ancestors, the ancestors have been sleeping for a long time. Before they awaken, they are very weak. They must be personally received by the experts of their clans. If they're discovered by the experts of other clans, I'm afraid there will be a disaster. It wasn't that Hai Ning didn't want to kill the city lord of Cloud Lake City, who made the Whale Shark clan lose face, but the most important thing now was to escort the return of the two ancestors of the Whale Shark clan. If something went wrong at this point, the Whale Shark clan would become the stepping stone of other sea races in the Great Era. Even the entire Whale Shark clan would disappear in the long river of history. "Your Majesty, this old man knows that you are unwilling, but have you thought about it? If the city lord of Cloud Lake City could suppress Elder Hai Quan, it won't be easy for our clan to suppress him. Even if we can suppress him, he is still a member of Xingqian School. Although our Whale Shark clan isn't afraid of Xingqian School's revenge, it will definitely affect the return of the two ancestors. The gains don't make up for the losses." Hai Ning said again. "Of course, it's not that we don't want to take revenge, but our Whale Shark clan has to prioritize the survival of our entire clan. Furthermore, as long as the two patriarchs return safely, it will be a piece of cake for the two patriarchs to destroy Cloud Lake City with their cultivation." Hearing this, the four elders nodded secretly. Another elder of the Whale Shark clan said, "Your Majesty, I think that Great Elder's words are not without reason. Although our Whale Shark clan occupies 1/3 of the territory of Cloud Lake City, the Sea Demon clan and the Rotary Turtle clan have always been eyeing our territory covetously. There's also the Thousand-Eyed Soul Sucking Crab clan. This clan is our clan's biggest enemy and has always viewed us as an enemy. If these few clans, or those smaller clans, welcome one or two ancestors, our clan status will be at stake. We might even become the prey of other clans." The four elders were a little nervous. The opening of the Sea Spirit World was an opportunity for the Whale Shark clan, but it was also a disaster. If it wasn't handled well, the entire Whale Shark clan might decline because of this, or even be exterminated. Of course, Haisha understood this logic, but he was unwilling to let go of Cloud Lake City because of his vengeful nature. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't come up with a solution. He could only wait and slap the armrest. When we welcome the two ancestors back, we must completely eradicate Cloud Lake City. Not even a chicken or a dog will be left alive. Just as the Whale Shark clan was sharpening their swords, at the same time, the other sea clans in the Cloud Lake, and even the hegemons of several large water bodies around the Cloud Lake were ready to make a move. An invisible undercurrent was converging towards the Cloud Lake. Chaos was beginning to appear. A storm was coming. Chapter 530. You still haven't found anything? Qin Feng's voice came from the main hall. Qin Yuanmei, who was in charge of gathering intelligence, felt awkward. Patriarch, we know about the Qinglin banquet. It will officially begin in 3 days. As for the key points, we have already done our best. Qin Yuanmei lowered her head, her hands fidgeting unconsciously. Ever since the Qin clan was established in Cloud Lake City, she had been in charge of gathering intelligence. However, the Qin clan was still in its infancy. Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Looking at the purple-clothed girl below the First Highness, Qin Feng didn't know why, but he thought of Yu Yao. That woman was a natural at internal affairs. Whether it was gathering intelligence or handling other matters, she was extremely skilled. If he could take that woman in, Qin Feng would have an easier time. Qin Feng waved his hand as this thought flashed through his mind. Forget it, you may leave. You have already done your best. However, the Qin Clan Shadow Squad should be established as soon as possible. If necessary, I want to know anything about Cloud Lake City. Yes, the purple-clothed girl bit her lips. Then, she continued. Also, City Lord, there's been news of many girls disappearing in the city. Disappearing girls? Qin Feng's expression changed. The purple-clothed girl said, because of the Qinglin banquet, many martial artists of unknown origins have come to Cloud Lake City. They are a mix of good and bad. According to my preliminary analysis, they might be the culprits. Qin Yuanmei was angry. Those girls were innocent girls. Those martial artists were unscrupulous and unscrupulous. It was truly hateful. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. Plundering Yin to replenish Yang. Qin Feng didn't care about other places, but in Cloud Lake City, they had crossed his bottom line. Have you found out who is behind this? Qin Yuanmei asked. According to my investigation, the Yin-Yang twins of this generation have entered the city. Their whereabouts are strange. It is very likely that they are the culprits. At the mention of the Hahuan sect, Qin Yuanmei's eyes flashed with disgust and fear. The Hehuan sect was also one of the 800 unorthodox sections. It was a sect that gathered the true teachings of Deshang, the Yin-Yang sect. It was once the most likely sect to be one of the 72 orthodox sections. However, in recent years, the all-pleasure sect seemed to have gone astray. They began to study the art of harvesting Yin to replenish Yang and harvesting Yang to replenish Yin. He had done a lot of things that angered the heavens and people, so his reputation had been ruined. Yin-Yang legacy. Qin Feng's gaze was somewhat leisurely. The Joyous Union sect had indeed flourished for a period of time. At its peak, its prestige was not inferior to that of the 72 orthodox sections. Refining Yin with Yin, refining Yin with Yang. Yin to refine Yang, and Yang to refine Yang. The Yin-Yang refining technique was a famous orthodox abhijna of the martial Tao. This was especially true for the Yin-Yang refining technique, which contained the highest profundity of the laws of Yin and Yang. It was a great Tao that led to the heavens. It's a pity that the all-pleasure sect has fallen into a strange competition these years. In order to achieve quick results, they have embarked on the path of harvesting Yin and Yang. They do not know that although this cultivation speed is very fast, it has deviated from the original path. Borrowing the power of Yin and Yang to cultivate, although the cultivation speed is very fast, the true qi obtained from his cultivation is heterogeneous and impure. It is more than 10 times harder to break through to the martial Tao overlord realm than the orthodox path. The 800 unorthodox sects of the Hehuan sect. The competition in the unorthodox sects was far more intense than in the orthodox sects like Xingchen school. If one cultivated according to the orthodox sects, it would be very difficult for them to stand out. Due to the brutal competition, They would quickly become the stepping stones of those senior brothers and sisters who took shortcuts. In order to preserve their lives, the remaining people had no choice but to fall into the vicious cycle of taking shortcuts. It was an endless cycle. However, this might be an opportunity for me. I've cultivated the Xian Wu Yin Yang Dao and fused a trace of the innate Yin Yang Qi into the innate Yin Yang divine picture. However, the innate Yin Yang divine picture is incomplete. If I could get the highest cultivation technique of the Hehuan sect, the Yin Yang refining art, I might be able to cultivate the innate Yin Yang divine picture. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Qin Feng's figure flashed and disappeared from the main seat. Watching her family head leave, Qin Yuemei's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. Suddenly, she touched her beautiful face with one hand. Am I not beautiful? Qin Yuemei's eyebrows were filled with sorrow. In fact, she was sent by the Mountain River City Qin clan to follow Qin Feng. Other than helping Qin Feng establish the Cloud Lake City Qin clan, she had another goal. That was to give birth to a child for Qin Feng. This was also the wish of the Mountain River City elders. Although Qin Feng was a disciple of the Qin clan, his bloodline with the Mountain River City Qin clan was still weak. The Mountain River City Qin clan needed to re-establish a close relationship with Qin Feng. Bloodline was undoubtedly the strongest bond. Qin Yuemei was the most outstanding girl in the Qin clan. Furthermore, after being checked by the elders of the Qin clan, she was found to have an inner seductive body. In other words, she was a beauty in bed. Thinking of this, Qin Yuemei blushed. In fact, she was against this at first. However, after spending some time with Qin Feng, she changed her mind. If I can be with that person and give birth to a child for him. Qin Yuemei's face flushed red. After the Whale Shark clan's attack, Cloud Lake City was not in chaos. Other than the fact that the 4 great clans were wiped out, the residents were in a panic. However, after the various factions spread the news and calmed the people down, Cloud Lake City recovered quickly and became even more prosperous. Cloud Lake City, which was originally controlled by the 5 great clans, became even more youthful after the 4 great clans' disappearance. Of course, the prestige of the City Lord Palace was also revealed. It was also because of this crisis that the City Lord Palace's prestige rose to the top of this prosperous land. In the center of the square, there was a newly erected, huge record tablet. A fountain was dripping. This was a forest of tablets. The forest of tablets recorded the major events that had happened in Cloud Lake City since ancient times. Recently, another stone tablet had been added to the plaza. This stone tablet recorded none other than the invasion of the whale sharks a few days ago. Under the night sky, lotus lanterns emitted a gentle glow on the streets. The entire Cloud Lake City was like a bright pearl under the illumination of the lotus lanterns. The night market was flourishing. Coupled with the City Lord Palace's liberal policies, the entire Cloud Lake City was thriving. However, as midnight approached, the light stored in the radiant stone on the lotus lanterns was depleted. The entire Cloud Lake City fell into silence. At this moment, under the night sky, the window of an inn by the street opened. A black shadow shot out of the room like a ray of light. This time, the Luo clan of the 12 great clans. According to the information gathered these days, the eldest daughter of the Luo clan seems to be born in the Yin year, Yin month, Yin hour. She has a superior pure Yin body. After absorbing her virgin blood, we'll be able to gather 18 pure Yin women. Although it's not the 36 heavenly cycles, we'll be able to gather half of them. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.